Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The Voice of Death. Once upon a time, there lived a man whose one wish and prayer was to get rich. Day and night, he thought of nothing else, and at last his prayers were granted, and he became very wealthy. Now, being so rich, and having so much to lose, he felt that it would be a terrible thing to die and leave all his possessions behind. So he made up his mind to set out in search of a land where there was no death. He got ready for his journey, took leave of his wife, and started. Whenever he came to a new country, the first question that he asked was whether people died in that land. And when he heard that they did, he set out again on his quest. At last, he reached a country where he was told that the people did not even know the meaning of the word death. Our traveler was delighted when he heard this and said, "But surely there are great numbers of people in your land, if no one ever dies?" "No," they replied, "there are not great numbers. For you see, from time to time, a voice is heard calling first one and then another. And whoever hears that voice gets up and goes away and never comes back." "And do they see the person who calls them?" he asked. "Or do they only hear his voice?" "They both see and hear him," was the answer. Well, the man was amazed when he heard that the people were stupid enough to follow the voice, though they knew that if they went when it called them, they would never return. And he went back to his own home and got all his possessions together. And taking his wife and family, he set out resolved to go and live in that country where the people did not die, but where instead they heard a voice calling them, which they followed into a land from which they never returned. For he had made up his own mind that when he or any of his family heard that voice, they would pay no heed to it, however loudly it called. After he had settled down in his new home and had got everything in order about him, he warned his wife and family that unless they wanted to die, they must on no account listen to a voice which they might someday hear calling them. For some years, everything went well with them, and they lived happily in their new home. But one day, while they were all sitting together round the table, his wife suddenly started up, exclaiming in a loud voice, "I am coming! I am coming!" And she began to look round the room for her fur coat. But her husband jumped up and taking firm hold of her by the hand, held her fast and reproached her, saying, "Don't you remember what I told you? Stay where you are unless you wish to die." "But don't you hear that voice calling me?" she answered. "I am merely going to see why I am wanted. I shall come back directly." So she fought and struggled to get away from her husband and to go where the voice summoned. But he would not let her go, and had all the doors of the house shut and bolted. When she saw that he had done this, she said, "Very well, dear husband, I shall do what you wish, and remain where I am." So her husband believed that it was all right, and that she had thought better of it, and had got over her mad impulse to obey the voice. But a few minutes later, she made a sudden dash for one of the doors, opened it, and darted out, followed by her husband. He caught her by the fur coat and begged and implored her not to go, for if she did, she would certainly never return. She said nothing, but let her arms fall backwards, and suddenly, bending herself forward, she slipped out of the coat, leaving it in her husband's hands. He, poor man, seemed turned to stone as he gazed after her, hurrying away from him, and calling at the top of her voice as she ran, "I am coming! I am coming!" When she was quite out of sight, her husband recovered his wits and went back into his house, murmuring, "If she is so foolish as to wish to die, I can't help it. I warned and implored her to pay no heed to that voice, however loudly it might call. Well, days and weeks and months and years passed, and nothing happened to disturb the peace of the household. But one day, the man was at the barber's as usual, being shaved. The shop was full of people, and his chin had just been covered with a lather of soap, when, suddenly starting up from the chair, he called out in a loud voice, "I won't come. Do you hear? I won't come." The barber and the other people in the shop listened to him with amazement. But again, looking towards the door, he exclaimed, "I tell you, once and for all, I do not mean to come, so go away." And a few minutes later, he called out again, "Go away, I tell you, or it will be the worse for you. You may call as much as you like, but you will never get me to come." And he got so angry that you might have thought that someone was actually standing at the door, tormenting him. At last, he jumped up and caught the razor out of the barber's hand, exclaiming, "Give me that razor, and I'll teach him to let people alone for the future." And he rushed out of the house as if he were running after someone, whom no one else saw. The barber, determined not to lose his razor, pursued the man, and they both continued running at full speed till they had got well out of the town, when all of a sudden the man fell head foremost down a precipice and never was seen again. So he too, like the others, had been forced against his will to follow the voice that called him. The barber, who went home whistling and congratulating himself on the escape he had made, described what had happened, and it was noised abroad in the country that the people who had gone away and had never returned had all fallen into that pit. For till then they had never known what had happened to those who had heard the voice and obeyed its call. But when crowds of people went out from the town to examine the ill-fated pit that had swallowed up such numbers, and yet never seemed to be full, they could discover nothing. All that they could see was a vast plain that looked as if it had been there since the beginning of the world. And from that time, the people of the country began to die like ordinary mortals, all the world over. The Six Sillies. Once upon a time, there was a young girl who reached the age of 37 without ever having had a lover, for she was so foolish that no one wanted to marry her. One day, however, a young man arrived to pay his addresses to her, and her mother, beaming with joy, sent her daughter down to the cellar to draw a jug of beer. As the girl never came back, the mother went down to see what had become of her, and found her sitting on the stairs, her head in her hands, while by her side the beer was running all over the floor, as she had forgotten to close the tap. "What are you doing there?" asked the mother. "I was thinking what I shall call my first child after I am married to that young man. All the names in the calendar are taken already." The mother sat down on the staircase beside her daughter and said, "I will think about it with you, my dear." The father, who had stayed upstairs with the young man, was surprised that neither his wife nor his daughter came back, and in his turn went down to look for them. He found them both sitting on the stairs, while beside them the beer was running all over the ground from the tap, which was wide open. "What are you doing there? The beer is running all over the cellar." "We were thinking what we should call the children that our daughter will have when she marries that young man. All the names in the calendar are taken already." "Well," said the father, "I will think about it with you." As neither mother nor daughter nor father came upstairs again, the lover grew impatient and went down into the cellar to see what they could all be doing. He found them all three sitting on the stairs, while beside them the beer was running all over the ground from the tap, which was wide open. "What in the world are you all doing that you don't come upstairs, and that you let the beer run all over the cellar?" "Yes, I know, my boy," said the father. "But if you marry our daughter, what shall you call your children?" all the names in the calendar are taken." When the young man heard this answer, he replied, "Well, goodbye. I am going away. When I shall have found 3 people sillier than you, I will come back and marry your daughter." So he continued his journey, and after walking a long way, he reached an orchard. Then he saw some people knocking down walnuts and trying to throw them into a cart with a fork. "What are you doing there?" he asked. "We want to load the cart with our walnuts, but we can't manage to do it." The lover advised them to get a basket and to put the walnuts in it, so as to turn them into the cart. "Well," he said to himself, "I have already found someone more foolish than those 3. So he went on his way, and by he came to a wood. There he saw a man who wanted to give his pig some acorns to eat, and was trying with all his might to make him climb up the oak tree. "What are you doing, my good man?" asked he. "I want to make my pig eat some acorns, and I can't get him to go up the tree. If you were to climb up and shake down the acorns, the pig would pick them up." "Oh, I never thought of that." "Here is the second idiot," said the lover to himself. Some way farther along the road, he came upon a man who had never worn any trousers, and who was trying to put on a pair. So he had fastened them to a tree and was jumping with all his might up in the air so that he should hit the 2 legs of the trousers as he came down. "It would be much better if you held them in your hands," said the young man, "and then put your legs one after the other in each hole." "Dear me, to be sure, you are sharper than I am, for that never occurred to me." And having found 3 people more foolish than his bride, or her father, or her mother, the lover went back to marry the young lady. And in course of time, they had a great many children. Kari Woodengown. There was once upon a time a king who had become a widower. His queen had left 1 daughter behind her, and she was so wise and so pretty that it was impossible for anyone to be wiser or prettier. For a long time, the king went sorrowing for his wife, for he had loved her exceedingly. But at last, he grew tired of living alone and married a queen who was a widow. And she also had a daughter who was just as ill-favored and wicked as the other was good and beautiful. The stepmother and her daughter were envious of the king's daughter because she was so pretty. But so long as the king was at home, they dared do her no harm, because his love for her was so great. Then there came a time when he made war on another king and went away to fight. And then the new queen thought that she could do what she liked. So she both hungered and beat the king's daughter and chased her about into every corner. At last she thought that everything was too good for her, and set her to work to look after the cattle. So she went about with the cattle, and herded them in the woods and in the fields. Of food she got little or none, and grew pale and thin, and was nearly always weeping and sad. Among the herd there was a great blue bull, which always kept itself very smart and sleek, and often came to the king's daughter and let her stroke him. So one day, when she was again sitting crying and sorrowing, the bull came up to her and asked why she was always so full of care. She made no answer, but continued to weep. "Well," said the bull, "I know what it is, though you will not tell me. You are weeping because the queen is unkind to you, and because she wants to starve you to death. But you need be under no concern about food, for in my left ear there lies a cloth, and if you will but take it and spread it out, you can have as many dishes as you like." So she did this, and took the cloth and spread it out upon the grass, and then it was covered with the daintiest dishes that anyone could desire, and there was wine and mead and cake. And now she became brisk and well again, and grew so rosy and plump and fair that the queen and her scraggy daughter turned blue and white with vexation at it. The queen could not imagine how her stepdaughter could look so well on such bad food. So she ordered one of her handmaidens to follow her into the wood and watch her and see how it was, for she thought that some of the servants must be giving her food. So the maid followed her into the wood and watched, and saw how the stepdaughter took the cloth out of the blue bull's ear and spread it out, and how the cloth was then covered with the most delicate dishes, which the stepdaughter ate and regaled herself with. So the waiting maid went home and told the queen, and now the king came home, and he had conquered the other king with whom he had been at war. So there was great gladness in the palace, but no one was more glad than the king's daughter. The queen, however, pretended to be ill, and gave the doctor much money to say that she would never be well again unless she had some of the flesh of the blue bull to eat. Both the king's daughter and the people in the palace asked the doctor if there were no other means of saving her, and begged for the bull's life, for they were all fond of him, and they all declared that there was no such bull in the whole country. But it was all in vain. He was to be killed, and should be killed, and nothing else would serve. When the king's daughter heard it, she was full of sorrow, and went down to the byre to the bull. He too was standing there, hanging his head, and looking so downcast that she fell a-weeping over him. "What are you weeping for?" said the bull. So she told him that the king had come home again, and that the queen had pretended to be ill, and that she had made the doctor say that she could never be well again unless some of the flesh of the blue bull was given her to eat, and that now he was to be killed. When once they have taken my life, they will soon kill you also, said the bull. If you are of the same mind with me, we will take our departure this very night. The king's daughter thought that it was bad to go and leave her father, but that it was worse still to be in the same house with the queen. So she promised the bull that she would come. At night, when all the others had gone to bed, the king's daughter stole softly down to the byre, to the bull, and he took her on his back and got out of the courtyard as quickly as he could. So, at cock-crow next morning, when the people came to kill the bull, he was gone, and when the king got up and asked for his daughter, she was gone too. He sent forth messengers to all parts of the kingdom to search for them, and published his loss in all the parish churches. But there was no one who had seen anything of them. In the meantime, the bull traveled through many lands with the king's daughter on his back. And one day they came to a great copper wood, where the trees and the branches and the leaves and the flowers and everything else was of copper. But before they entered the wood, the bull said to the king's daughter, "When we enter into this wood, you must take the greatest care not to touch a leaf of it, or all will be over, both with me and with you. For a troll with 3 heads, who is the owner of the wood, lives here." So she said she would be on her guard and not touch anything. And she was very careful, and bent herself out of the way of the branches, and put them aside with her hands. But it was so thickly wooded that it was all but impossible to get forward, and do what she might. She somehow or other tore off a leaf which got into her hand. "Oh, oh, what have you done now?" said the bull. "It will now cost us a battle for life or death. But do be careful to keep the leaf." Very soon afterwards, they came to the end of the wood, and the troll with 3 heads came rushing up to them. "Who is that who is touching my wood?" said the troll. "The wood is just as much mine as yours," said the bull. "We shall have a tussle for that," shrieked the troll. "That may be," said the bull. So they rushed on each other and fought. And as for the bull, he butted and kicked with all the strength of his body. But the troll fought quite as well as he did, and the whole day went by before the bull put an end to him. And then he himself was so full of wounds and so worn out that he was scarcely able to move. So they had to wait a day, and the bull told the king's daughter to take the horn of ointment which hung at the troll's belt, and rub him with it. Then he was himself again, and the next day they set off once more, and now they journeyed on for many, many days. And then, after a long, long time, they came to a silver wood. The trees and the boughs and the leaves and the flowers and everything else was of silver. Before the bull went into the wood, he said to the king's daughter, "When we enter into this wood, you must, for heaven's sake, be very careful not to touch anything at all, and not to pluck off even so much as one leaf, or else all will be over, both with you and with me. A troll with 6 heads lives here, who is the owner of the wood, and I do not think I should be able to overcome him." "Yes," said the king's daughter, "I will take good care not to touch what you do not wish me to touch." But when they got into the wood, it was so crowded, and the trees so close together, that they could scarcely get forward. She was as careful as she could be, and bent aside to get out of the way of the branches, and thrust them away from before her with her hands. But every instant a branch struck against her eyes, and in spite of all her care, she happened to pull off one leaf. "Oh, oh, what have you done now?" said the bull. "It will now cost us a battle for life or death. For this troll has 6 heads and is twice as strong as the other. But do be careful to keep the leaf." Just as he said this came the troll. "Who is that who is touching my wood?" he said. "It is just as much mine as yours." "We shall have a tussle for that," screamed the troll. "That may be," said the bull, and rushed at the troll, and quutta out his eyes, and drove his horns right through him, so that his entrails gushed out. But the troll fought just as well as he did, and it was 3 whole days before the bull got the life out of him. But the bull was then so weak and worn out that it was only with pain and effort that he could move, and so covered with wounds that the blood streamed from him. So he told the king's daughter to take the horn of ointment that was hanging at the troll's belt and anoint him with it. She did this, and then he came to himself again. But they had to stay there and rest for a week before the bull was able to go any farther. At last they set forth on their way again, but the bull was still weak, and at first could not go quickly. The king's daughter wished to spare him, and said that she was so young and light of foot that she would willingly walk. But he would not give her leave to do that, and she was forced to seat herself on his back again. So they traveled for a long time, and through many lands, and the king's daughter did not at all know where he was taking her. But after a long, long time, they came to a gold wood. It was so golden that the gold dripped off it, and the trees, and the branches, and the flowers, and the leaves were all of pure gold. Here, all happened just as it had happened in the copper wood and silver wood. The bull told the king's daughter that on no account was she to touch it, for there was a troll with 9 heads who was the owner, and that he was much larger and stronger than both the others put together, and that he did not believe that he could overcome him. So she said that she would take great care not to touch anything, and he should see that she did. But when they got into the wood, it was still thicker than the silver wood, and the farther they got into it, the worse it grew. The wood became thicker and thicker, and closer and closer. And at last she thought there was no way whatsoever by which they could get forward. She was so terrified lest she should break anything off that she sat and twisted and turned herself on this side and on that to get out of the way of the branches, and pushed them away from her with her hands. But every moment they struck against her eyes, so that she could not see what she was clutching at. And before she knew what she was doing, she had a golden apple in her hands. She was now in such terror that she began to cry and wanted to throw it away. But the bull said that she was to keep it and take the greatest care of it, and comforted her as well as he could. But he believed that it would be a hard struggle, and he doubted whether it would go well with him. Just then, the troll with 9 heads came, and he was so frightful that the king's daughter scarcely dared to look at him. "Who is this? Who is breaking my wood?" he screamed. "It is as much mine as yours," said the bull. "We shall have a tussle for that," screamed the troll. "That may be," said the bull. So they rushed at each other and fought. And it was such a dreadful sight that the king's daughter very nearly swooned. The bull gored the troll's eyes out and ran his horns right through him. But the troll fought as well as he did. And when the bull had gored one head to death, the other heads breathed life into it again. So it was a whole week before the bull was able to kill him. But then he himself was so worn out and weak that he could not move at all. His body was all one wound, and he could not even so much as tell the king's daughter to take the horn of ointment out of the troll's belt and rub him with it. She did this without being told, so he came to himself again. But he had to lie there for 3 weeks and rest before he was in a state to move. Then they journeyed onwards by degrees, for the bull said that they had still a little farther to go. And in this way they crossed many high hills and thick woods. This lasted for a while, and then they came upon the fells. "Do you see anything?" asked the bull. "No, I see nothing but the sky above and the wild fell side," said the king's daughter. Then they climbed up higher, and the fell grew more level, so that they could see farther around them. "Do you see anything now?" said the bull. "Yes, I see a small castle, far, far away," said the princess. "It is not so very little after all," said the bull. After a long, long time, they came to a high hill, where there was a precipitous wall of rock. "Do you see nothing now?" said the bull. "Yes, now I see the castle quite near, and now it is much, much larger," said the king's daughter. "Thither shall you go," said the bull. "Immediately below the castle there is a pigsty, where you shall dwell. When you get there, you will find a wooden gown which you are to put on, and then go to the castle and say that you are called Kari Woodengown, and that you are seeking a place. But now you must take out your little knife and cut off my head with it, and then you must flay me on and roll up my hide and put it there under the rock. And beneath the hide you must lay the copper leaf and the silver leaf and the golden apple. Close beside the rock a stick is standing, and when you want me for anything, you have only to knock at the wall of rock with that." At first she would not do it, but when the bull said that this was the only reward that he would have for what he had done for her, she could do no otherwise. So though she thought it very cruel, she slaved on and cut at the great animal with the knife till she had cut off his head and hide. And then she folded up the hide and laid it beneath the mountain wall and put the copper leaf and the silver leaf and the golden apple inside it. When she had done that, she went away to the pigsty. But all the way as she went, she wept and was very sorrowful. Then she put on the wooden gown and walked to the king's palace. When she got there, she went into the kitchen and begged for a place, saying that her name was Kari Woodengown. The cook told her that she might have a place and leave to stay there at once and wash up, for the girl who had done that before had just gone away. "And as soon as you get tired of being here, you will take yourself off too," said he. "No," said she, "that I shall certainly not." And then she washed up and did it very tidily. On Sunday, some strangers were coming to the king's palace, so Kari begged to have leave to carry up the water for the prince's bath. But the others laughed at her and said, "What do you want there? Do you think the prince will ever look at such a fright as you?" She would not give it up, however, but went on begging until at last she got leave. When she was going upstairs, her wooden gown made such a clatter that the prince came out and said, What sort of a creature may you be?" "I was to take this water to you," said Kari. "Do you suppose that I will have any water that you bring?" said the prince, and emptied it over her. She had to bear that, but then she asked permission to go to church. She got that, for the church was very near. But first, she went to the rock and knocked at it with the stick which was standing there, as the bull had told her to do. Instantly, a man came forth and asked what she wanted. The king's daughter said that she had got leave to go to church and listen to the priest, but that she had no clothes to go in. So he brought her a gown that was as bright as the copper wood, and she got a horse and saddle too from him. When she reached the church, she was so pretty and so splendidly dressed that everyone wondered who she could be. And hardly anyone listened to what the priest was saying, for they were all looking far too much at her. And the prince himself liked her so well that he could not take his eyes off her for an instant. As she was walking out of church, the prince followed her and shut the church door after her, and thus he kept one of her gloves in his hand. Then she went away and mounted her horse again. The prince again followed her and asked her whence she came. "Oh, I am from Bathland," said Kari, and when the prince took out the glove and wanted to give it back to her, she said, "Darkness behind me, but light on my way, that the prince may not see where I'm going today." The prince had never seen the equal of that glove, and he went far and wide, asking after the country which the proud lady who rode away without her glove had said that she came from. But there was no one who could tell him where it lay. Next Sunday, someone had to take up a towel to the prince. "Ah, may I have leave to go up with that?" said Kari. "What would be the use of that?" said the others, who were in the kitchen. "You saw what happened last time." Kari would not give in, but went on begging for leave till she got it, and then she ran up the stairs so that her wooden gown clattered again. Out came the prince, and when he saw that it was Kari, he snatched the towel from her and flung it right in her eyes. "Be off at once, you ugly troll," said he. "Do you think that I will have a towel that has been touched by your dirty fingers?" After that, the prince went to church, and Kari also asked leave to go. They all asked how she could want to go to church when she had nothing to wear but that wooden gown, which was so black and hideous. But Kari said she thought the priest was such a good man at preaching that she got so much benefit from what he said, and at last she got leave. She went to the rock and knocked, whereupon out came the man and gave her a gown which was much more magnificent than the first. It was embroidered with silver all over it, and it shone like the silver wood. And he gave her also a most beautiful horse, with housings embroidered with silver, and a bridle of silver too. When the king's daughter got to church, all the people were standing outside upon the hillside, and all of them wondered who on earth she could be. And the prince was on the alert in a moment, and came and wanted to hold her horse while she alighted. But she jumped off and said that there was no need for that, for the horse was so well broken in that it stood still when she bade it, and came when she called it. So they all went into the church together, but there was scarcely anyone who listened to what the priest was saying, for they were all looking far too much at her. And the prince fell much more deeply in love with her than he had been before. When the sermon was over, and she went out of the church, and was just going to mount her horse, the prince again came and asked her where she came from. "I am from Toweland," said the king's daughter. And as she spoke, she dropped her riding whip. And while the prince was stooping to pick it up, she said, "Darkness behind me, but light on my way, that the prince may not see where I'm going today." And she was gone again. Neither could the prince see what had become of her. He went far and wide to inquire for that country from whence she had said that she came, but there was no one who could tell him where it lay. So he was forced to have patience once more. Next Sunday, someone had to go to the prince with a comb. Kari begged for leave to go with it, but the others reminded her of what had happened last time and scolded her for wanting to let the prince see her when she was so black and so ugly in her wooden gown. But she would not give up asking until they gave her leave to go up to the prince with the comb. When she went clattering up the stairs again, out came the prince and took the comb and flung it at her, and ordered her to be off as fast as she could. After that, the prince went to church, and Kari also begged for leave to go. Again, they all asked what she would do there, she who was so black and ugly, and had no clothes that she could be seen in by other people. The prince, or someone else, might very easily catch sight of her, they said, and then both she and they would suffer for it. But Kari said that they had something else to do than to look at her, and she never ceased begging until she got leave to go. And now all happened just as it had happened twice already. She went away to the rock and knocked at it with the stick, and then the man came out and gave her a gown, which was very much more magnificent than either of the others. It was almost entirely made of pure gold and diamonds, and she also got a noble horse with housings embroidered with gold, and a golden bridle. When the king's daughter came to the church, the priest and people were all standing on the hillside waiting for her, and the prince ran up and wanted to hold the horse, but she jumped off, saying, "No, thank you. There is no need. My horse is so well broken in that it will stand still when I bid it." So they all hastened into the church together, and the priest got into the pulpit. But no one listened to what he said, for they were looking far too much at her, and wondering whence she came. And the prince was far more in love than he had been on either of the former occasions, and he was mindful of nothing but of looking at her. When the sermon was over, and the king's daughter was about to leave the church, the prince had caused a firkin of tar to be emptied out in the porch in order that he might go to help her over it. She, however, did not trouble herself in the least about the tar, but set her foot down in the middle of it and jumped over it. And thus one of her gold shoes was left sticking in it. When she had seated herself on the horse, the prince came running out of the church and asked her whence she came. "From Combland," said Kari. But when the prince wanted to reach her gold shoe, she said, "Darkness behind me, but light on my way, that the prince may not see where I'm going today." The prince did not know what had become of her, so he traveled for a long and wearisome time all over the world, asking where Combland was. But when no one could tell him where that country was, he caused it to be made known everywhere that he would marry any woman who could put on the gold shoe. So fair maidens and ugly maidens came thither from all regions, but there was none who had a foot so small that she could put on the gold shoe. After a long, long while came Kari Woodengown's wicked stepmother, with her daughter too, and the shoe fitted her. But she was so ugly and looked so loathsome that the prince was very unwilling to do what he had promised. Nevertheless, all was got ready for the wedding, and she was decked out as a bride. But as they were riding to church, a little bird sat upon a tree and sang, "A slice off her heel, and a slice off her toes, Kari Woodengown's shoe fills with blood as she goes." And when they looked to it, the bird had spoken the truth, for blood was trickling out of the shoe. So all the waiting maids and all the womenkind in the castle had to come and try on the shoe, but there was not one whom it would fit. "But where is Kari Woodengown, then?" asked the prince, when all the others had tried on the shoe. For he understood the song of birds, and it came to his mind what the bird had said. "Oh, that creature," said the others. "It's not the least use for her to come here, for she has feet like a horse." "That may be," said the prince, "but as all the others have tried it, Kari may try it too." "Kari," he called out through the door, and Kari came upstairs, and her wooden gown clattered as if a whole regiment of dragoons were coming up. "Now you are to try on the gold shoe and be a princess," said the other servants, and they laughed at her and mocked her. Kari took up the shoe, put her foot into it as easily as possible, and then threw off her wooden gown. And there she stood, in the golden gown which flashed like rays of sunshine. And on her other foot she had the fellow to the gold shoe. The prince knew her in a moment, and was so glad that he ran and took her in his arms and kissed her. And when he heard that she was a king's daughter, he was gladder still. And then they had the wedding. Drakestai. Drakestai was very little. That is why he was called Drakestai. But tiny as he was, he had brains, and he knew what he was about. For having begun with nothing, he ended by amassing 100 crowns. Now the king of the country, who was very extravagant and never kept any money, having heard that Drakestai had some, went one day in his own person to borrow his hoard. And, my word, in those days Drakestai was not a little proud of having lent money to the king. But after the first and second year, seeing that they never even dreamed of paying the interest, he became uneasy, so much so that at last he resolved to go and see his majesty himself, and get repaid. So one fine morning, Drakestai, very spruce and fresh, takes the road, singing, "Quack, quack, quack. When shall I get my money back?" He had not gone far when he met Friend Fox on his rounds that way. "Good morning, neighbor," says the friend. "Where are you off to so early?" "I am going to the king for what he owes me." "Oh, take me with thee," Drakestai said to himself. "One can't have too many friends." "I will," says he, "but going on all fours, you will soon be tired. Make yourself quite small. Get into my throat. Go into my gizzard, and I will carry you." "Happy thought," says Friend Fox. He takes bag and baggage, and presto, is gone like a letter into the post. And Drakestai is off again, all spruce and fresh, still singing, "Quack, quack, quack. When shall I have my money back?" He had not gone far when he met his lady friend Ladder, leaning on her wall. "Good morning, my duckling," says the lady friend. "Whither away so bold?" "I am going to the king for what he owes me." "Oh, take me with thee," Drakestai said to himself. "One can't have too many friends." "I will," says he, "but with your wooden legs you will soon be tired. Make yourself quite small. Get into my throat. Go into my gizzard, and I will carry you." "Happy thought," says my friend Ladder, and nimble bag and baggage goes to keep company with Friend Fox, and quack, quack, quack. Drakestai is off again, singing and spruce as before. A little farther, he meets his sweetheart, my friend River, wandering quietly in the sunshine. "Thou, my cherub," says she, "whither so lonesome? with arching tail, on this muddy road. I am going to the king, you know, for what he owes me. Oh, take me with thee, Drakestai said to himself. We can't be too many friends. I will, says he, but you who sleep while you walk will soon be tired. Make yourself quite small. Get into my throat. Go into my gizzard, and I will carry you. Ah, happy thought, says my friend River. She takes bag and baggage, and glow, glow, glow. She takes her place between friend Fox and my friend Ladder. And quack, quack, quack. Drakestai is off again singing. A little farther on, he meets Comrade Wasp's nest, maneuvering his wasps. Well, good morning, friend Drakestai, said Comrade Wasp's nest. Where are we bound for so spruce and fresh? I am going to the king for what he owes me. Oh, take me with thee, Drakestai said to himself. One can't have too many friends. I will, says he, but with your battalion to drag along, you will soon be tired. Make yourself quite small. Go into my throat. Get into my gizzard, and I will carry you. By Jove, that's a good idea, says Comrade Wasp's nest. And left file. He takes the same road to join the others with all his party. There was not much more room, but by closing up a bit, they managed. And Drakestai is off again, singing. He arrived thus at the capital, and threaded his way straight up the high street, still running and singing, quack, quack, quack. When shall I get my money back? To the great astonishment of the good folks, till he came to the king's palace. He strikes with the knocker. Talk. Talk. Who is there? Asks the porter, putting his head out of the wicket. 'Tis I, Drakestai. I wish to speak to the king. Speak to the king. That's easily said. The king is dining, and will not be disturbed. Tell him that it is I, and I have come. He well knows why. The porter shuts his wicket and goes up to say it to the king, who was just sitting down to dinner with a napkin round his neck, and all his ministers. Good, good, said the king, laughing. I know what it is. Make him come in and put him with the turkeys and chickens. The porter descends. Have the goodness to enter. Good, says Drakestai to himself. I shall now see how they eat at court. This way, says the porter. One step further. There you are. How? What? In the poultry yard? Fancy how vexed Drakestai was. Ah, so that's it, says he. Wait. I will compel you to receive me. Quack, quack, quack. When shall I get my money back? But turkeys and chickens are creatures who don't like people that are not as themselves. When they saw the newcomer and how he was made, and when they heard him crying too, they began to look black at him. What is it? What does he want? Finally, they rushed at him all together to overwhelm him with pecks. I am lost, said Drakestai to himself, when by good luck he remembers his comrade friend Fox. And he cries, Reynard, Reynard, come out of your earth, or Drakestai's life is of little worth. Then friend Fox, who was only waiting for these words, hastens out, throws himself on the wicked fowls, and quick, quack, he tears them to pieces, so much so that at the end of 5 minutes there was not one left alive. And Drakestai, quite content, began to sing again. Quack, quack, quack. When shall I get my money back? When the king, who was still at table, heard this refrain, and the poultry woman came to tell him what had been going on in the yard, he was terribly annoyed. He ordered them to throw this tail of a drake into the well, to make an end of him, and it was done as he commanded. Drakestai was in despair of getting himself out of such a deep hole when he remembered his lady friend, the ladder. Ladder, ladder, come out of thy hold, or Drakestai's days will soon be told. My friend Ladder, who was only waiting for these words, hastens out, leans her 2 arms on the edge of the well. Then Drakestai climbs nimbly on her back, and hop, he is in the yard, where he begins to sing louder than ever. When the king, who was still at table and laughing at the good trick he had played his creditor, heard him again reclaiming his money, he became livid with rage. He commanded that the furnace should be heated, and this tail of a drake thrown into it, because he must be a sorcerer. The furnace was soon hot, but this time Drakestai was not so afraid. He counted on his sweetheart, my friend River. River, river, outward flow, or to death Drakestai must go. My friend River hastens out, and Eroof throws herself into the furnace, which she floods, with all the people who had lighted it, after which she flowed growling into the hall of the palace to the height of more than 4 feet, and Drakestai, quite content, begins to swim, singing deafeningly, quack, 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 when shall I get my money back? The king was still at table, and thought himself quite sure of his game. But when he heard Drakestai singing again, and when they told him all that had passed, he became furious, and got up from table, brandishing his fists. Bring him here, and I'll cut his throat. Bring him here quick, cried he, and quickly 2 footmen ran to fetch Drakestai. At last, said the poor chap, going up the great stairs. They have decided to receive me. Imagine his terror when on entering he sees the king as red as a turkey cock, and all his ministers attending him standing sword in hand. He thought this time it was all up with him. Happily, he remembered that there was still one remaining friend, and he cried with dying accents, "Wasp's nest, wasp's nest, make a sally, or Drakestai nevermore may rally." Hereupon the scene changes. Bees, BS, bayonet them. The brave wasp's nest rushes out with all his wasps. They threw themselves on the infuriated king and his ministers, and stung them so fiercely in the face that they lost their heads, and not knowing where to hide themselves, they all jumped pell-mell from the window and broke their necks on the pavement. Behold Drakestai, much astonished, all alone in the big saloon, and master of the field. He could not get over it. Nevertheless, he remembered shortly what he had come for to the palace, and improving the occasion, he set to work to hunt for his dear money. But in vain he rummaged in all the drawers. He found nothing. All had been spent. And ferreting thus from room to room, he came at last to the one with the throne in it. And feeling fatigued, he sat himself down on it to think over his adventure. In the meanwhile, the people had found their king and his ministers with their feet in the air on the pavement, and they had gone into the palace to know how it had occurred. On entering the throne room, when the crowd saw that there was already someone on the royal seat, they broke out in cries of surprise and joy. "The king is dead. Long live the king. Heaven has sent us down this thing." Drakestai, who was no longer surprised at anything, received the acclamations of the people as if he had never done anything else all his life. A few of them certainly murmured that a Drakestai would make a fine king. Those who knew him replied that a knowing Drakestai was a more worthy king than a spendthrift like him who was lying on the pavement. In short, they ran and took the crown off the head of the deceased and placed it on that of Drakestai, whom it fitted like wax. Thus he became king. "And now," said he after the ceremony, "ladies and gentlemen, let's go to supper. I am so hungry." The Ratcatcher. A very long time ago, the town of Hamel in Germany was invaded by bands of rats, the like of which had never been seen before, nor will ever be again. They were great black creatures that ran boldly in broad daylight through the streets, and swarmed so all over the houses that people at last could not put their hand or foot down anywhere without touching one. When dressing in the morning, they found them in their breeches and petticoats, in their pockets, and in their boots. And when they wanted a morsel to eat, the voracious horde had swept away everything from cellar to garret. The night was even worse. As soon as the lights were out, these untiring nibblers set to work. And everywhere, in the ceilings, in the floors, in the cupboards, at the doors, there was a chase and a rummage, and so furious a noise of gimlets, pincers, and saws that a deaf man could not have rested for 1 hour together. Neither cats, nor doors, nor poison, nor traps, nor prayers, nor candles burnt to all the saints. Nothing would do anything. The more they killed, the more came. And the inhabitants of Hamel began to go to the dogs, not that they were of much use. When one Friday there arrived in the town a man with a queer face, who played the bagpipes and sang this refrain: Qui vivra verra, le voilà, le preneur des rats. He was a great gawky fellow, dry and bronzed, with a crooked nose, a long rat-tail mustache, 2 great yellow piercing and mocking eyes under a large felt hat set off by a scarlet cock's feather. He was dressed in a green jacket, with a leather belt and red breeches, and on his feet were sandals fastened by thongs passed round his legs in the gypsy fashion. That is how he may be seen to this day, painted on a window of the Cathedral of Hamel. He stopped on the great marketplace before the town hall, turned his back on the church, and went on with his music, singing, Who lives shall see. This is he, the Ratcatcher. The town council had just assembled to consider once more this plague of Egypt, from which no one could save the town. The stranger sent word to the councillors that, if they would make it worth his while, he would rid them of all their rats before night, down to the very last. Then he is a sorcerer, cried the citizens with one voice. We must beware of him. The town councillor, who was considered clever, reassured them. He said, Sorcerer or no, if this bagpiper speaks the truth, it was he who sent us this horrible vermin that he wants to rid us of today for money. Well, we must learn to catch the devil in his own snares. You leave it to me. Leave it to the town councillor, said the citizens, one to another. And the stranger was brought before them. Before night, said he, I shall have dispatched all the rats in Hamel, if you will, but pay me a grow a head. A grow's a head, cried the citizens, but that will come to millions of florins. The town councillor simply shrugged his shoulders and said to the stranger, A bargain. To work. The rats will be paid 1 grow a head, as you ask. The bagpiper announced that he would operate that very evening when the moon rose. He added that the inhabitants should at that hour leave the streets free, and content themselves with looking out of their windows at what was passing, and that it would be a pleasant spectacle. When the people of Hamel heard of the bargain, they too exclaimed, "A grow ahead! But this will cost us a deal of money." "Leave it to the town councillor," said the town council with a malicious air. And the good people of Hamel repeated with their councillors, "Leave it to the town councillor." Towards 9 at night, the bagpiper reappeared on the marketplace. He turned, as at first, his back to the church, and the moment the moon rose on the horizon, "Trarira, trari," the bagpipes resounded. It was first a slow, caressing sound, then more and more lively and urgent, and so sonorous and piercing that it penetrated as far as the farthest alleys and retreats of the town. Soon, from the bottom of the cellars, the top of the garrets, from under all the furniture, from all the nooks and corners of the houses, out come the rats, search for the door, fling themselves into the street, and trip, 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 begin to run in file towards the front of the town hall, so squeezed together that they covered the pavement like the waves of flooded torrent. When the square was quite full, the bagpiper faced about, and still playing briskly, turned towards the river that runs at the foot of the walls of Hamel. Arrived there, he turned round. The rats were following. "Hop! Hop!" he cried, pointing with his finger to the middle of the stream, where the water whirled and was drawn down as if through a funnel. And hop! Hop! Without hesitating, the rats took the leap, swam straight to the funnel, plunged in head foremost, and disappeared. The plunging continued thus, without ceasing, till midnight. At last, dragging himself with difficulty, came a big rat, white with age, and stopped on the bank. It was the king of the band. "Are they all there, friend Blanchet?" asked the bagpiper. "They are all there," replied friend Blanchet. "And how many were they?" 990,999. Well reckoned? Well reckoned. Then go and join them, old sire, and au revoir. Then the old white rat sprang in his turn into the river, swam to the whirlpool, and disappeared. When the bagpiper had thus concluded his business, he went to bed at his inn, and for the first time, during 3 months, the people of Hamel slept quietly through the night. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, the bagpiper repaired to the town hall, where the town council awaited him. "All your rats took a jump into the river yesterday," said he to the counselors, "and I guarantee that not one of them comes back." They were 990,999 at one grow a head. Reckon. Let us reckon the heads first. One grows a head is one head the grows. Where are the heads? The Ratcatcher did not expect this treacherous stroke. He paled with anger, and his eyes flashed fire. "The heads," cried he. "If you care about them, go and find them in the river." "So," replied the town councillor, "you refuse to hold to the terms of your agreement? We ourselves could refuse you all payment. But you have been of use to us, and we will not let you go without a recompense." And he offered him 50 crowns. "Keep your recompense for yourself," replied the Ratcatcher proudly. "If you do not pay me, I will be paid by your heirs." Thereupon he pulled his hat down over his eyes, went hastily out of the hall, and left the town without speaking to a soul. When the Hamel people heard how the affair had ended, they rubbed their hands, and with no more scruple than their town councillor, they laughed over the Ratcatcher, who, they said, was caught in his own trap. But what made them laugh above all was his threat of getting himself paid by their heirs. Ha! They wished that they only had such creditors for the rest of their lives. Next day, which was a Sunday, they all went gaily to church, thinking that after Mass they would at last be able to eat some good thing that the rats had not tasted before them. They never suspected the terrible surprise that awaited them on their return home. No children anywhere. They had all disappeared. "Our children! Where are our poor children?" was the cry that was soon heard in all the streets. Then, through the east door of the town came 3 little boys who cried and wept, and this is what they told. While the parents were at church, a wonderful music had resounded. Soon, all the little boys and all the little girls that had been left at home had gone out, attracted by the magic sounds, and had rushed to the great marketplace. There they found the Ratcatcher playing his bagpipes at the same spot as the evening before. Then the stranger had begun to walk quickly, and they had followed, running, singing, and dancing to the sound of the music, as far as the foot of the mountain which one sees on entering Hamel. At their approach, the mountain had opened a little, and the bagpiper had gone in with them, after which it had closed again. Only the 3 little ones who told the adventure had remained outside, as if by a miracle. One was bandy-legged and could not run fast enough. The other, who had left the house in haste, one foot shod the other bare, had hurt himself against a big stone and could not walk without difficulty. The third had arrived in time, but in hurrying to go in with the others had struck so violently against the wall of the mountain that he fell backwards at the moment it closed upon his comrades. At this story, the parents redoubled their lamentations. They ran with pikes and mattocks to the mountain and searched till evening to find the opening by which their children had disappeared, without being able to find it. At last, the night falling, they returned desolate to Hamel. But the most unhappy of all was the town councillor, for he lost 3 little boys and 2 pretty little girls. And to crown all, the people of Hamel overwhelmed him with reproaches, forgetting that the evening before they had all agreed with him. What had become of all these unfortunate children? The parents always hoped they were not dead, and that the Ratcatcher, who certainly must have come out of the mountain, would have taken them with him to his country. That is why, for several years, they sent in search of them to different countries. But no one ever came on the trace of the poor little ones. It was not till much later that anything was to be heard of them. About 150 years after the event, when there was no longer one left of the fathers, mothers, brothers, or sisters of that day, there arrived one evening in Hamel some merchants of Bremen, returning from the east, who asked to speak with the citizens. They told that they, in crossing Hungary, had sojourned in a mountainous country called Transylvania, where the inhabitants only spoke German, while all around them nothing was spoken but Hungarian. These people also declared that they came from Germany, but they did not know how they chanced to be in this strange country. Now, said the merchants of Bremen, these Germans cannot be other than the descendants of the lost children of Hamel. The people of Hamel did not doubt it, and since that day they regard it as certain that the Transylvanians of Hungary are their country folk, whose ancestors, as children, were brought there by a Ratcatcher. There are more difficult things to believe than that. The true history of Little Golden Hood. You know the tale of poor Little Red Riding Hood, that the wolf deceived and devoured, with her cake, her little butter can, and her grandmother. Well, the true story happened quite differently, as we know now. And first of all, the little girl was called, and is still called, Little Golden Hood. Secondly, it was not she, nor the good grande dame, but the wicked wolf, who was, in the end, caught and devoured. Only listen. The story begins something like the tale. There was once a little peasant girl, pretty and nice as a star in its season. Her real name was Blanchette, but she was more often called Little Golden Hood, on account of a wonderful little cloak with a hood, gold and fire-colored, which she always had on. This little hood was given her by her grandmother, who was so old that she did not know her age. It ought to bring her good luck, for it was made of a ray of sunshine, she said. And as the good old woman was considered something of a witch, everyone thought the little hood rather bewitched too. And so it was, as you will see. One day, the mother said to the child, "Let us see, my little golden hood, if you know now how to find your way by yourself. You shall take this good piece of cake to your grandmother for a Sunday treat tomorrow. You will ask her how she is, and come back at once without stopping to chatter on the way with people you don't know. Do you quite understand?" "I quite understand," replied Blanchette gaily. And off she went with the cake, quite proud of her errand. But the grandmother lived in another village, and there was a big wood to cross before getting there. At a turn of the road, under the trees, suddenly, who goes there? Friend Wolf. He had seen the child start alone, and the villain was waiting to devour her, when at the same moment he perceived some woodcutters who might observe him, and he changed his mind. Instead of falling upon Blanchette, he came frisking up to her like a good dog. "'Tis you, my nice little golden hood," said he. So the little girl stops to talk with the wolf, who, for all that, she did not know in the least. "You know me, then," said she. "What is your name?" "My name is Friend Wolf." "And where are you going thus, my pretty one, with your little basket on your arm?" "I am going to my grandmother, to take her a good piece of cake for her Sunday treat tomorrow." "And where does she live, your grandmother?" "She lives at the other side of the wood, in the first house in the village, near the windmill, you know." "Ah, yes, I know now," said the wolf. "Well, that's just where I'm going. I shall get there before you, no doubt, with your little bits of legs. And I'll tell her you're coming to see her. Then she'll wait for you." Thereupon, the wolf cuts across the wood, and in 5 minutes arrives at the grandmother's house. He knocks at the door. Tock, tock, no answer. He knocks louder. Nobody. Then he stands up on end, puts his 2 forepaws on the latch, and the door opens. Not a soul in the house. The old woman had risen early to sell herbs in the town, and she had gone off in such haste that she had left her bed unmade with her great nightcap on the pillow. "Good," said the wolf to himself. "I know what I'll do." He shuts the door, pulls on the grandmother's nightcap down to his eyes. Then he lies down all his length in the bed and draws the curtains. In the meantime, the good Blanchette went quietly on her way, as little girls do, amusing herself here and there by picking Easter daisies, watching the little birds making their nests, and running after the butterflies which fluttered in the sunshine. At last she arrives at the door. Knock, knock. "Who is there?" says the wolf, softening his rough voice as best he can. "It's me, Granny, your little golden hood. I'm bringing you a big piece of cake for your Sunday treat tomorrow. Press your finger on the latch, then push, and the door opens." "Why, you've got a cold, Granny," said she, coming in. "Ahem, a little, replies the wolf, pretending to cough. "Shut the door well, my little lamb. Put your basket on the table, and then take off your frock, and come and lie down by me. You shall rest a little." The good child undresses. But observe this. She kept her little hood upon her head. When she saw what a figure her granny cut in bed, the poor little thing was much surprised. "Oh," cries she, "how like you are to friend Wolf, grandmother." "That's on account of my nightcap, child," replies the wolf. "Oh, what hairy arms you've got, grandmother." "All the better to hug you, my child." "Oh, what a big tongue you've got, grandmother." "All the better for answering, child." "Oh, what a mouthful of great white teeth you have, grandmother." "That's for crunching little children with." And the wolf opened his jaws wide to swallow Blanchette. But she put down her head, crying, "Mama, Mama," and the wolf only caught her little hood. Thereupon, oh dear, he draws back, crying and shaking his jaw as if he had swallowed red-hot coals. It was the little fire-colored hood that had burnt his tongue right down his throat. The little hood, you see, was one of those magic caps that they used to have in former times, in the stories, for making oneself invisible or invulnerable. So there was the wolf, with his throat burnt, jumping off the bed and trying to find the door, howling and howling as if all the dogs in the country were at his heels. Just at this moment, the grandmother arrives, returning from the town with her long sack empty on her shoulder. "Ah, brigand," she cries. "Wait a bit." Quickly, she opens her sack wide across the door, and the maddened wolf springs in head downwards. It is he now that is caught, swallowed like a letter in the post. For the brave old dame shuts her sack so, and she runs and empties it in the well, where the vagabond, still howling, tumbles in and is drowned. "Ah, scoundrel, you thought you would crunch my little grandchild. Well, tomorrow we will make her a muff of your skin, and you yourself shall be crunched, for we will give your carcass to the dogs." Thereupon the grandmother hastened to dress poor Blanchette, who was still trembling with fear in the bed. "Well," she said to her, "without my little hood, where would you be now, darling?" And to restore heart and legs to the child, she made her eat a good piece of her cake and drink a good draught of wine, after which she took her by the hand and led her back to the house. And then, who was it who scolded her when she knew all that had happened? It was the mother, but Blanchette promised over and over again that she would never more stop to listen to a wolf, so that, at last, the mother forgave her. And Blanchette, the little golden hood, kept her word. And in fine weather, she may still be seen in the fields with her pretty little hood, the color of the sun. But to see her, you must rise early. The Golden Branch. Once upon a time, there was a king who was so morose and disagreeable that he was feared by all his subjects, and with good reason. As for the most trifling offenses, he would have their heads cut off. This King Grumpy, as he was called, had one son, who was as different from his father as he could possibly be. No prince equaled him in cleverness and kindness of heart. But unfortunately, he was most terribly ugly. He had crooked legs and squinting eyes, a large mouth all on one side, and a hunchback. Never was there a beautiful soul in such a frightful little body. But in spite of his appearance, everybody loved him. The queen, his mother, called him Curlicue, because it was a name she rather liked. And it seemed to suit him. King Grumpy, who cared a great deal more for his own grandeur than for his son's happiness, wished to betroth the prince to the daughter of a neighboring king, whose great estates joined his own, for he thought that this alliance would make him more powerful than ever. And as for the princess, she would do very well for Prince Curlicue, for she was as ugly as himself. Indeed, though she was the most amiable creature in the world, there was no concealing the fact that she was frightful, and so lame that she always went about with a crutch, and people called her Princess Cabbage Stalk. The king, having asked for and received a portrait of this princess, had it placed in his great hall under a canopy, and sent for Prince Curlicue, to whom he said that as this was the portrait of his future bride, he hoped the prince found it charming. The prince, after one glance at it, turned away with a disdainful air, which greatly offended his father. "Am I to understand that you are not pleased?" he said, very sharply. "No, sire," replied the prince. "How could I be pleased to marry an ugly, lame princess? Certainly, it is becoming in you to object to that," said King Grumpy, "since you are ugly enough to frighten anyone yourself." "That is the very reason," said the prince, "that I wish to marry someone who is not ugly. I am quite tired enough of seeing myself. "I tell you that you shall marry her," cried King Grumpy angrily. And the prince, seeing that it was of no use to remonstrate, bowed and retired. As King Grumpy was not used to being contradicted in anything, he was very much displeased with his son, and ordered that he should be imprisoned in the tower that was kept on purpose for rebellious princes, but had not been used for about 200 years, because there had not been any. The prince thought all the rooms looked strangely old-fashioned, with their antique furniture, but as there was a good library, he was pleased, for he was very fond of reading, and he soon got permission to have as many books as he liked. But when he looked at them, he found that they were written in a forgotten language, and he could not understand a single word, though he amused himself with trying. King Grumpy was so convinced that Prince Curlicue would soon get tired of being in prison, and so consent to marry the Princess Cabbage Stalk, that he sent ambassadors to her father, proposing that she should come and be married to his son, who would make her perfectly happy. The king was delighted to receive so good an offer for his unlucky daughter, though, to tell the truth, he found it impossible to admire the prince's portrait, which had been sent to him. However, he had it placed in as favorable a light as possible, and sent for the princess. But the moment she caught sight of it, she looked the other way and began to cry. The king, who was very much annoyed to see how greatly she disliked it, took a mirror, and holding it up before the unhappy princess, said, "I see you do not think the prince handsome, but look at yourself, and see if you have any right to complain about that." "Sire," she answered, "I do not wish to complain. Only I beg of you, do not make me marry at all. I had rather be the unhappy Princess Cabbage Stalk all my life than inflict the sight of my ugliness on anyone else." But the king would not listen to her, and sent her away with the ambassadors. In the meantime, the prince was kept safely locked up in his tower, and that he might be as dull as possible, King Grumpy ordered that no one should speak to him, and that they should give him next to nothing to eat. But all the prince's guards were so fond of him that they did everything they dared, in spite of the king, to make the time pass pleasantly. One day, as the prince was walking up and down the great gallery, thinking how miserable it was to be so ugly, and to be forced to marry an equally frightful princess, he looked up suddenly and noticed that the painted windows were particularly bright and beautiful, and for the sake of doing something that would change his sad thoughts, he began to examine them attentively. He found that the pictures seemed to be scenes from the life of a man who appeared in every window, and the prince, fancying that he saw in this man some resemblance to himself, began to be deeply interested. In the first window, there was a picture of him in one of the turrets of the tower. Farther on, He was seeking something in a chink in the wall. In the next picture, he was opening an old cabinet with a golden key, and so it went on through numbers of scenes. And presently, the prince noticed that another figure occupied the most important place in each scene. And this time, it was a tall, handsome young man. Poor Prince Curlicue found it a pleasure to look at him. He was so straight and strong. By this time, it had grown dark, and the prince had to go back to his own room. And to amuse himself, he took up a quaint old book and began to look at the pictures. But his surprise was great to find that they represented the same scenes as the windows of the gallery, and what was more, that they seemed to be alive. In looking at pictures of musicians, he saw their hands move and heard sweet sounds. There was a picture of a ball, and the prince could watch the little dancing people come and go. He turned a page, and there was an excellent smell of a savory dinner. And one of the figures who sat at the feast looked at him and said, "We drink your health, Curlicue. Try to give us our queen again. For if you do, you will be rewarded. If not, it will be the worse for you." At these words, the prince, who had been growing more and more astonished, was fairly terrified, and dropping the book with a crash, he sank back insensible. The noise he made brought his guards to his aid, and as soon as he revived, they asked him what was the matter. He answered that he was so faint and giddy with hunger that he had imagined he saw and heard all sorts of strange things. Thereupon, in spite of the king's orders, the guards gave him an excellent supper, and when he had eaten it, he again opened his book, but could see none of the wonderful pictures, which convinced him that he must have been dreaming before. However, when he went into he gallery next day and looked at the painted windows again, he found that they moved, and the figures came and went as if they had been alive, and after watching the one who was like himself find the key in the crack of the turret wall and open the old cabinet, he determined to go and examine the place himself and try to find out what the mystery was. So he went up into the turret and began to search about and tap upon the walls. And all at once he came upon a place that sounded hollow. Taking a hammer, he broke away a bit of the stone and found behind it a little golden key. The next thing to do was to find the cabinet, and the prince soon came to it, hidden away in a dark corner, though indeed it was so old and battered looking that he would never have noticed it of his own accord. At first, he could not see any keyhole, but after a careful search, he found one hidden in the carving, and the golden key just fitted it. So the prince gave it a vigorous turn, and the doors flew open. Ugly and old as the cabinet was outside, nothing could have been more rich and beautiful than what met the prince's astonished eyes. Every drawer was made of crystal, of amber, or of some precious stone, and was quite full of every kind of treasure. Prince Curlicue was delighted. He opened one after another, until at last he came to one tiny drawer, which contained only an emerald key. "I believe that this must open that little golden door in the middle," said the prince to himself, and he fitted in the little key and turned it. The tiny door swung back, and a soft crimson light gleamed over the whole cabinet. The prince found that it proceeded from an immense glowing carbuncle made into a box, which lay before him. He lost no time in opening it. But what was his horror when he found that it contained a man's hand, which was holding a portrait. His first thought was to put back the terrible box and fly from the turret. But a voice in his ear said, "This hand belonged to one whom you can help and restore. Look at this beautiful portrait, the original of which was the cause of all my misfortunes. And if you wish to help me, go without a moment's delay to the great gallery. Notice where the sun's rays fall most brightly, and if you seek there, you will find my treasure." The voice ceased, and though the prince in his bewilderment asked various questions, he received no answer. So he put back the box and locked the cabinet up again, and having replaced the key in the crack in the wall, hastened down to the gallery. When he entered it, all the windows shook and clattered in the strangest way, but the prince did not heed them. He was looking so carefully for the place where the sun shone most brightly, and it seemed to him that it was upon the portrait of a most splendidly handsome young man. He went up and examined it, and found that it rested against the ebony and gold paneling, just like any of the other pictures in the gallery. He was puzzled, not knowing what to do next, until it occurred to him to see if the windows would help him. And looking at the nearest, he saw a picture of himself lifting the picture from the wall. The prince took the hint, and lifting aside the picture without difficulty, found himself in a marble hall adorned with statues. From this, he passed on through numbers of splendid rooms, until at last he reached one all hung with blue gauze. The walls were of turquoises, and upon a low couch lay a lovely lady who seemed to be asleep. Her hair, black as ebony, was spread across the pillows, making her face look ivory white, and the prince noticed that she was unquiet, and when he softly advanced, fearing to wake her, he could hear her sigh and murmur to herself, "Ah, how dared you think to win my love by separating me from my beloved Florimond, and in my presence cutting off that dear hand that even you should have feared and honored. And then the tears rolled slowly down the lovely lady's cheeks, and Prince Curlicue began to comprehend that she was under an enchantment, and that it was the hand of her lover that he had found. At this moment, a huge eagle flew into the room, holding in its talons a golden branch, upon which were growing what looked like clusters of cherries. Only every cherry was a single glowing ruby. This he presented to the prince, who guessed by this time that he was in some way to break the enchantment that surrounded the sleeping lady. Taking the branch, he touched her lightly with it, saying, "Fair one, I know not by what enchantment thou art bound, but in the name of thy beloved Florimond, I conjure thee to come back to the life which thou hast lost, but not forgotten." Instantly, the lady opened her lustrous eyes and saw the eagle hovering near. "Ah, stay, dear love, stay," she cried. But the eagle, uttering a dolorous cry, fluttered his broad wings and disappeared. Then the lady turned to Prince Curlicue and said, "I know that it is to you I owe my deliverance from an enchantment which has held me for 200 years. If there is anything that I can do for you in return, you have only to tell me, and all my fairy power shall be used to make you happy." "Madam," said Prince Curlicue, "I wish to be allowed to restore your beloved Florimond to his natural form, since I cannot forget the tears you shed for him." "That is very amiable of you, dear prince," said the fairy, "but it is reserved for another person to do that. I cannot explain more at present. But is there nothing you wish for yourself?" "Madam," cried the prince, flinging himself down at her feet, "only look at my ugliness. I am called Curlicue, and am an object of derision. I entreat you to make me less ridiculous." "Rise, prince," said the fairy, touching him with the golden branch. "Be as accomplished as you are handsome, and take the name of Prince Peerless, since that is the only title which will suit you now." Silent from joy, the prince kissed her hand to express his thanks, and when he rose and saw his new reflection in the mirrors which surrounded him, he understood that Curlicue was indeed gone forever. "How I wish," said the fairy, "that I dared to tell you what is in store for you, and warn you of the traps which lie in your path. But I must not. Fly from the tower, prince, and remember that the fairy Dusseline will be your friend always." When she had finished speaking, the prince, to his great astonishment, found himself no longer in the tower, but set down in a thick forest, at least 100 leagues away from it. And there we must leave him for the present, and see what was happening elsewhere. When the guards found that the prince did not ask for his supper as usual. They went into his room, and not finding him there, were very much alarmed, and searched the tower from turret to dungeon, but without success. Knowing that the king would certainly have their heads cut off for allowing the prince to escape, they then agreed to say that he was ill, and after making the smallest among them look as much like Prince Curlicue as possible, they put him into his bed and sent to inform the king. King Grumpy was quite delighted to hear that his son was ill, for he thought that he would all the sooner be brought to do as he wished and marry the princess. So he sent back to the guards to say that the prince was to be treated as severely as before, which was just what they had hoped he would say. In the meantime, the Princess Cabbage Stalk had reached the palace, traveling in a litter. King Grumpy went out to meet her, but when he saw her, with a skin like a tortoise's, her thick eyebrows meeting above her large nose, and her mouth from ear to ear, he could not help crying out, "Well, I must say Curlicue is ugly enough, but I don't think you need have thought twice before consenting to marry him." "Sire," she replied, "I know too well what I am like to be hurt by what you say, but I assure you that I have no wish to marry your son. I had rather be called Princess Cabbage Stalk than Queen Curlicue." This made King Grumpy very angry. "Your father has sent you here to marry my son," he said, "and you may be sure that I am not going to offend him by altering his arrangements." So the poor princess was sent away in disgrace to her own apartments, and the ladies who attended upon her were charged to bring her to a better mind. At this juncture, the guards, who were in great fear that they would be found out, sent to tell the king that his son was dead, which annoyed him very much. He at once made up his mind that it was entirely the princess's fault, and gave orders that she should be imprisoned in the tower in Prince Curlicue's place. The Princess Cabbage Stalk was immensely astonished at this unjust proceeding, and sent many messages of remonstrance to King Grumpy. But he was in such a temper that no one dared to deliver them or to send the letters which the princess wrote to her father. However, as she did not know this, she lived in hope of soon going back to her own country, and tried to amuse herself as well as she could until the time should come. Every day she walked up and down the long gallery until she too was attracted and fascinated by the ever-changing pictures in the windows, and recognized herself in one of the figures. They seem to have taken a great delight in painting me since I came to this country, she said to herself. One would think that I and my crutch were put in on purpose to make that slim, charming young shepherdess in the next picture look prettier by contrast. Ah, how nice it would be to be as pretty as that. And then she looked at herself in a mirror and turned away quickly with tears in her eyes from the doleful sight. All at once, she became aware that she was not alone, for behind her stood a tiny old woman in a cap, who was as ugly again as herself, and quite as lame. "Princess," she said, "your regrets are so piteous that I have come to offer you the choice of goodness or beauty. If you wish to be pretty, you shall have your way, but you will also be vain, capricious, and frivolous. If you remain as you are now, you shall be wise and amiable and modest." "Alas, madam," cried the princess, "is it impossible to be at once wise and beautiful?" "No, child," answered the old woman. "Only to you it is decreed that you must choose between the two. See, I have brought with me my white and yellow muff. Breathe upon the yellow side, and you will become like the pretty shepherdess you so much admire, and you will have won the love of the handsome shepherd, whose picture I have already seen you studying with interest. Breathe upon the white side, and your looks will not alter, but you will grow better and happier day by day. Now you may choose." "Ah, well," said the princess, "I suppose one can't have everything, and it's certainly better to be good than pretty." And so she breathed upon the white side of the muff and thanked the old fairy, who immediately disappeared. The Princess Cabbage Stalk felt very forlorn when she was gone, and began to think that it was quite time her father sent an army to rescue her. "If I could but get up into the turret," she thought, "to see if anyone is coming." But to climb up there seemed impossible. Nevertheless, she presently hit upon a plan. The great clock was in the turret, as she knew, though the weights hung down into the gallery. Taking one of them off the rope, she tied herself on in its place, and when the clock was wound, up she went triumphantly into the turret. She looked out over the country the first thing, but seeing nothing, she sat down to rest a little, and accidentally leant back against the wall, which Curlicue, or rather Prince Peerless, had so hastily mended. Out fell the broken stone, and with it the golden key. The clatter it made upon the floor attracted the Princess Cabbage Stalk's attention. She picked it up, and after a moment's consideration, decided that it must belong to the curious old cabinet in the corner, which had no visible keyhole. And then it was not long before she had it open, and was admiring the treasures it contained as much as Prince Peerless had done before her. And at last she came to the carbuncle box. No sooner had she opened it than with a shudder of horror she tried to throw it down, but found that some mysterious power compelled her to hold it against her will. And at this moment, A voice in her ear said softly, "Take courage, princess. Upon this adventure, your future happiness depends." "What am I to do?" said the princess, trembling. "Take the box," replied the voice, "and hide it under your pillow. And when you see an eagle, give it to him without losing a moment." Terrified as the princess was, she did not hesitate to obey, and hastened to put back all the other precious things precisely as she had found them. By this time, her guards were seeking her everywhere, and they were amazed to find her up in the turret, for they said she could only have got there by magic. For 3 days, nothing happened. But at last, in the night, the princess heard something flutter against her window, and drawing back her curtains, she saw in the moonlight that it was an eagle. Limping across at her utmost speed, she threw the window open, and the great eagle sailed in, beating with his wings for joy. The princess lost no time in offering it the carbuncle box, which it grasped in its talons, and instantly disappeared, leaving in its place the most beautiful prince she had ever seen, who was splendidly dressed and wore a diamond crown. "Princess," said he, "for 200 years has a wicked enchanter kept me here. We both loved the same fairy, but she preferred me. However, he was more powerful than I, and succeeded when, for a moment, I was off my guard, in changing me into an eagle, while my queen was left in an enchanted sleep. I knew that after 200 years, a prince would recall her to the light of day, and a princess, in restoring to me the hand which my enemy had cut off, would give me back my natural form. The fairy who watches over your destiny told me this, and it was she who guided you to the cabinet in the turret, where she had placed my hand. It is she also who permits me to show my gratitude to you by granting whatever favor you may ask of me. Tell me, princess, what is it that you wish for most? Shall I make you as beautiful as you deserve to be?" "Ah, if you only would," cried the princess, and at the same moment she heard a cracking in all her bones. She grew tall and straight and pretty, with eyes like shining stars, and a skin as white as milk. "Oh, wonderful! Can this really be my poor little self?" she exclaimed, looking down in amazement at her tiny, worn-out crutch as it lay upon the floor. "Indeed, princess," replied Florimond, "it is yourself, but you must have a new name, since the old one does not suit you now. Be called Princess Sunbeam, for you are bright and charming enough to deserve the name." And so saying, he disappeared, and the princess, without knowing how she got there, found herself walking under shady trees by a clear river. Of course, the first thing she did was to look at her own reflection in the water, and she was extremely surprised to find that she was exactly like the shepherdess she had so much admired, and wore the same white dress and flowery wreath that she had seen in the painted windows. To complete the resemblance, her flock of sheep appeared, grazing round her, and she found a gay crook adorned with flowers upon the bank of the river. Quite tired out by so many new and wonderful experiences, the princess sat down to rest at the foot of a tree, and there she fell fast asleep. Now it happened that it was in this very country that Prince Peerless had been set down, and while the Princess Sunbeam was still sleeping peacefully, he came strolling along in search of a shady pasture for his sheep. The moment he caught sight of the princess, he recognized her as the charming shepherdess whose picture he had seen so often in the tower. And as she was far prettier than he had remembered her, he was delighted that chance had led him that way. He was still watching her admiringly when the princess opened her eyes, and as she also recognized him, they were soon great friends. The princess asked Prince Peerless, as he knew the country better than she did, to tell her of some peasant who would give her a lodging. And he said he knew of an old woman whose cottage would be the very place for her. It was so nice and so pretty, so they went there together, and the princess was charmed with the old woman and everything belonging to her. Supper was soon spread for her under a shady tree, and she invited the prince to share the cream and brown bread which the old woman provided. This he was delighted to do, and having first fetched from his own garden all the strawberries, cherries, nuts, and flowers he could find, they sat down together and were very merry. After this, they met every day as they guarded their flocks, and were so happy that Prince Peerless begged the princess to marry him, so that they might never be parted again. Now, though the Princess Sunbeam appeared to be only a poor shepherdess, she never forgot that she was a real princess, and she was not at all sure that she ought to marry a humble shepherd, though she knew she would like to do so very much. So she resolved to consult an enchanter, of whom she had heard a great deal since she had been a shepherdess. And without saying a word to anybody, she set out to find the castle in which he lived with his sister, who was a powerful fairy. The way was long, and lay through a thick wood, where the princess heard strange voices calling to her from every side. But she was in such a hurry that she stopped for nothing, and at last she came to the courtyard of the enchanter's castle. The grass and briars were growing as high as if it were 100 years since anyone had set foot there. But the princess got through at last, though she gave herself a good many scratches by the way. And then she went into a dark, gloomy hall, where there was but one tiny hole in the wall through which the daylight could enter. The hangings were all of bats' wings, and from the ceiling hung 12 cats, who filled the hall with their ear-piercing yells. Upon the long table, 12 mice were fastened by the tail, and just in front of each one's nose, but quite beyond its reach, lay a tempting morsel of fat bacon. So the cats could always see the mice, but could not touch them, and the hungry mice were tormented by the sight and smell of the delicious morsels which they could never seize. The princess was looking at the poor creatures in dismay when the enchanter suddenly entered, wearing a long black robe and with a crocodile upon his head. In his hand he carried a whip made of 20 long snakes, all alive and writhing, and the princess was so terrified at the sight that she heartily wished she had never come. Without saying a word, she ran to the door, but it was covered with a thick spider's web, and when she broke it, she found another, and another, and another. In fact, there was no end to them. The princess's arms ached with tearing them down, and yet she was no nearer to getting out. And the wicked enchanter behind her laughed maliciously. At last he said, "You might spend the rest of your life over that without doing any good, but as you are young, and quite the prettiest creature I have seen for a long time, I will marry you if you like, and I will give you those cats and mice that you see there for your own. They are princes and princesses who have happened to offend me. They used to love one another as much as they now hate one another. Aha! It's a pretty little revenge to keep them like that. Oh, if you would only change me into a mouse too," cried the princess. "Oh, so you won't marry me?" said he. "Little simpleton, you should have everything heart can desire." "No, indeed, nothing should make me marry you. In fact, I don't think I shall ever love anyone," cried the princess. "In that case," said the enchanter, touching her, "you had better become a particular kind of creature that is neither fish nor fowl. You shall be light and airy, and as green as the grass you live in. Off with you, Madam Grasshopper." And the princess, rejoicing to find herself free once more, skipped out into the garden, the prettiest little green grasshopper in the world. But as soon as she was safely out, she began to be rather sorry for herself. "Ah, Florimond," she sighed, "is this the end of your gift? Certainly, beauty is short-lived, and this funny little face and a green crepe dress are a comical end to it. I had better have married my amiable shepherd. It must be for my pride that I am condemned to be a grasshopper and sing day and night in the grass by this brook, when I feel far more inclined to cry. In the meantime, Prince Peerless had discovered the princess's absence and was lamenting over it by the river's brim when he suddenly became aware of the presence of a little old woman. She was quaintly dressed in a ruff and farthingale, and a velvet hood covered her snow-white hair. "You seem sorrowful, my son," she said. "What is the matter?" "Alas, mother," answered the prince, "I have lost my sweet shepherdess, but I am determined to find her again, though I should have to traverse the whole world in search of her." "Go that way, my son," said the old woman, pointing towards the path that led to the castle. "I have an idea that you will soon overtake her." The prince thanked her heartily and set out. As he met with no hindrance, he soon reached the enchanted wood which surrounded the castle, and there he thought he saw the Princess Sunbeam gliding before him among the trees. Prince Peerless hastened after her at the top of his speed, but could not get any nearer. Then he called to her, "Sunbeam, my darling, only wait for me a moment." But the phantom did but fly the faster, and the prince spent the whole day in this vain pursuit. When night came, he saw the castle before him all lighted up, and as he imagined that the princess must be in it, he made haste to get there too. He entered without difficulty, and in the hall the terrible old fairy met him. She was so thin that the light shone through her, and her eyes glowed like lamps. Her skin was like a shark's, her arms were thin as laths, and her fingers like spindles. Nevertheless, she wore rouge and patches, a mantle of silver brocade, and a crown of diamonds, and her dress was covered with jewels, and green and pink ribbons. "At last you have come to see me, Prince," said she. "Don't waste another thought upon that little shepherdess, who is unworthy of your notice. I am the Queen of the Comets, and can bring you to great honor if you will marry me." "Marry you, madam?" cried the prince in horror. "No, I will never consent to that." Thereupon the fairy, in a rage, gave 2 strokes of her wand and filled the gallery with horrible goblins, against whom the prince had to fight for his life. Though he had only his dagger, he defended himself so well that he escaped without any harm, and presently the old fairy stopped the fray and asked the prince if he was still of the same mind. When he answered firmly that he was, she called up the appearance of the Princess Sunbeam to the other end of the gallery, and said, "You see your beloved there? Take care what you are about, for if you again refuse to marry me, she shall be torn in pieces by 2 tigers." The prince was distracted, for he fancied he heard his dear shepherdess weeping and begging him to save her. In despair, he cried, "Oh, Fairy Douceline, Have you abandoned me after so many promises of friendship? Help! Help us now." Immediately, a soft voice said in his ear, "Be firm. Happen what may, and seek the golden branch." Thus encouraged, the prince persevered in his refusal. And at length, the old fairy in a fury cried, "Get out of my sight, obstinate prince. Become a cricket." And instantly, the handsome prince, peerless, became a poor little black cricket, whose only idea would have been to find himself a cozy cranny behind some blazing hearth, if he had not luckily remembered the fairy Duseline's injunction to seek the golden branch. So he hastened to depart from the fatal castle and sought shelter in a hollow tree, where he found a forlorn-looking little grasshopper crouching in a corner, too miserable to sing. Without in the least expecting an answer, the prince asked it, "And where may you be going, Gammer Grasshopper?" "Where are you going yourself, Gaffer Cricket?" replied the grasshopper. "What? Can you speak?" said he. "Why should I not speak as well as you? Isn't a grasshopper as good as a cricket?" said she. "I can talk because I was a prince," said the cricket. "And for that very same reason, I ought to be able to talk more than you, for I was a princess," replied the grasshopper. "Then you have met with the same fate as I have," said he. "But where are you going now? Cannot we journey together?" I seemed to hear a voice in the air which said, "Be firm, happen what may, and seek the golden branch," answered the grasshopper. And I thought the command must be for me, so I started at once, though I don't know the way. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by two mice, who, breathless from running, flung themselves headlong through the hole into the tree, nearly crushing the grasshopper and the cricket, though they got out of the way as fast as they could, and stood up in a dark corner. "Ah, madam," said the fatter of the two, "I have such a pain in my side from running so fast. How does your highness find yourself?" "I have pulled my tail off," replied the younger mouse, "but as I should still be on the sorcerer's table unless I had, I do not regret it. Are we pursued, think you? How lucky we were to escape." "I only trust that we may escape cats and traps and reach the golden branch soon," said the fat mouse. "You know the way, then?" said the other. "Oh dear, yes, as well as the way to my own house, madam. This golden branch is indeed a marvel. A single leaf from it makes one rich forever. It breaks enchantments and makes all who approach it young and beautiful. We must set out for it at the break of day. May we have the honor of traveling with you, this respectable cricket and myself?" said the grasshopper, stepping forward. "We also are on a pilgrimage to the golden branch." The mice courteously assented, and after many polite speeches, the whole party fell asleep. With the earliest dawn, they were on their way, and though the mice were in constant fear of being overtaken or trapped, they reached the golden branch in safety. It grew in the midst of a wonderful garden, all the paths of which were strewn with pearls as big as peas. The roses were crimson diamonds with emerald leaves. The pomegranates were garnets, the marigolds topazes, the daffodils yellow diamonds, the violets sapphires, the cornflowers turquoises, the tulips amethysts, opals and diamonds, so that the garden borders blazed like the sun. The golden branch itself had become as tall as a forest tree and sparkled with ruby cherries to its topmost twig. No sooner had the grasshopper and the cricket touched it than they were restored to their natural forms, and their surprise and joy were great when they recognized each other. At this moment, Florimond and the fairy Dusseline appeared in great splendor, and the fairy, as she descended from her chariot, said with a smile, "So you two have found one another again, I see. But I have still a surprise left for you. Don't hesitate, Princess, to tell your devoted shepherd how dearly you love him, as he is the very prince your father sent you to marry. So come here, both of you, and let me crown you, and we will have the wedding at once." The prince and princess thanked her with all their hearts, and declared that to her they owed all their happiness. And then the two princesses, who had so lately been mice, came and begged that the fairy would use her power to release their unhappy friends who were still under the enchanter's spell. "Really," said the fairy Dusseline, "on this happy occasion, I cannot find it in my heart to refuse you anything." And she gave 3 strokes of her wand upon the golden branch, and immediately all the prisoners in the enchanter's castle found themselves free, and came with all speed to the wonderful garden, where one touch of the golden branch restored each one to his natural form, and they greeted one another with many rejoicings. To complete her generous work, the fairy presented them with the wonderful cabinet and all the treasures it contained, which were worth at least 10 kingdoms. But to Prince Peerless and the Princess Sunbeam, she gave the palace and garden of the Golden Branch, where, immensely rich and greatly beloved by all their subjects, they lived happily ever after. The Three Dwarfs. There was once upon a time a man who lost his wife, and a woman who lost her husband. And the man had a daughter, and so had the woman. The 2 girls were great friends, and used often to play together. One day, the woman turned to the man's daughter and said, "Go and tell your father that I will marry him, and then You shall wash in milk and drink wine, but my own daughter shall wash in water and drink it too." The girl went straight home and told her father what the woman had said. "What am I to do?" he answered. "Marriage is either a success or it is a failure." At last, being of an undecided character and not being able to make up his mind, he took off his boot and, handing it to his daughter, said, "Take this boot, which has a hole in the sole, hang it up on a nail in the hayloft, and pour water into it. If it holds water, I will marry again, but if it doesn't, I won't." The girl did as she was bid, but the water drew the hole together, and the boot filled up to the very top. So she went and told her father the result. He got up and went to see for himself. And when he saw that it was true and no mistake, he accepted his fate, proposed to the widow, and they were married at once. On the morning after the wedding, when the two girls awoke, milk was standing for the man's daughter to wash in and wine for her to drink. But for the woman's daughter, only water to wash in and only water to drink. On the second morning, water to wash in and water to drink was standing for the man's daughter as well. And on the third morning, water to wash in and water to drink was standing for the man's daughter, and milk to wash in and wine to drink for the woman's daughter. And so it continued ever after. The woman hated her stepdaughter from the bottom of her heart and did all she could to make her life miserable. She was as jealous as she could possibly be, because the girl was so beautiful and charming, while her own daughter was both ugly and repulsive. One winter's day, when there was a hard frost and mountain and valley were covered with snow, the woman made a dress of paper, and calling the girl to her, said, "There, put on this dress, and go out into the wood, and fetch me a basket of strawberries." "Now, heaven help us," replied her stepdaughter. "Strawberries don't grow in winter. The earth is all frozen, and the snow has covered up everything. And why send me in a paper dress? It is so cold outside that one's very breath freezes. The wind will whistle through my dress, and the brambles tear it from my body." "How dare you contradict me?" said her stepmother. "Be off with you at once, and don't show your face again till you have filled the basket with strawberries." Bow. Then she gave her a hard crust of bread, saying, "That will be enough for you today." And she thought to herself, "The girl will certainly perish of hunger and cold outside, and I shan't be bothered with her any more." The girl was so obedient that she put on the paper dress and set out with her little basket. There was nothing but snow far and near, and not a green blade of grass to be seen anywhere. When she came to the wood, she saw a little house, and out of it peeped 3 little dwarfs. She wished them good day and knocked modestly at the door. They called out to her to enter, so she stepped in and sat down on a seat by the fire, wishing to warm herself and eat her breakfast. The dwarfs said at once, "Give us some of your food." "Gladly," she said, and breaking her crust in two, she gave them the half. Then they asked her what she was doing in the depths of winter in her thin dress. "Oh," she answered, "I have been sent to get a basketful of strawberries, and I daren't show my face again at home till I bring them with me." When she had finished her bread, they gave her a broom and told her to sweep away the snow from the back door. As soon as she left the room to do so, the 3 little men consulted what they should give her as a reward for being so sweet and good, and for sharing her last crust with them. The first said, "Every day she shall grow prettier." The second, "Every time she opens her mouth, a piece of gold shall fall out." And the third, "A king shall come and marry her." The girl, in the meantime, was doing as the dwarfs had bidden her, and was sweeping the snow away from the back door. And what do you think she found there? Heaps of fine, ripe strawberries that showed out dark red against the white snow. She joyfully picked enough to fill her basket, thanked the little men for their kindness, shook hands with them, and ran home to bring her stepmother what she had asked for. When she walked in and said, "Good evening," a piece of gold fell out of her mouth. Then she told what had happened to her in the wood, and at every word pieces of gold dropped from her mouth, so that the room was soon covered with them. "She's surely more money than wit to throw gold about like that," said her stepsister. But in her secret heart, she was very jealous, and determined that she too would go to the wood and look for strawberries. But her mother refused to let her go, saying, "My dear child, it is far too cold. You might freeze to death." The girl, however, left her no peace, so she was forced at last to give in. But she insisted on her putting on a beautiful fur cloak, and she gave her bread and butter and cakes to eat on the way. The girl went straight to the little house in the wood, and as before, the 3 little men were looking out of the window. She took no notice of them, and without as much as "by your leave" or "with your leave," she flounced into the room, sat herself down at the fire, and began to eat her bread and butter and cakes. "Give us some," cried the dwarfs. But she answered, "No, I won't. It's hardly enough for myself, so catch me giving you any." When she had finished eating, they said, "There's a broom for you. Go and clear up our back door." "I'll see myself further," she answered rudely. "Do it yourselves. I'm not your servant." When she saw that they did not mean to give her anything, she left the house in no amiable frame of mind. Then the 3 little men consulted what they should do to her, because she was so bad and had such an covetous heart that she grudged everybody their good fortune. The first said, "She shall grow uglier every day." The second, "Every time she speaks, a toad shall jump out of her mouth." And the third, "She shall die a most miserable death." The girl searched for strawberries, but she found none, and returned home in a very bad temper. When she opened her mouth to tell her mother what had befallen her in the wood, a toad jumped out, so that everyone was quite disgusted with her. Then the stepmother was more furious than ever, and did nothing but plot mischief against the man's daughter, who was daily growing more and more beautiful. At last, one day, the wicked woman took a large pot, put it on the fire, and boiled some yarn in it. When it was well scalded, she hung it round the poor girl's shoulder, and giving her an axe, she bade her break a hole in the frozen river and rinse the yarn in it. Her stepdaughter obeyed as usual, and went and broke a hole in the ice. When she was in the act of wringing out the yarn, a magnificent carriage passed, and the king sat inside. The carriage stood still, and the king asked her, "My child, who are you, and what in the wide world are you doing here?" "I am only a poor girl," she answered, "and am rinsing out my yarn in the river." Then the king was sorry for her, and when he saw how beautiful she was, he said, "Will you come away with me?" "Most gladly," she replied, for she knew how willingly she would leave her stepmother and sister, and how glad they would be to be rid of her. So she stepped into the carriage and drove away with the king. And when they reached his palace, the wedding was celebrated with much splendor. So all turned out just as the 3 little dwarfs had said. After a year, the queen gave birth to a little son. When her stepmother heard of her good fortune, she came to the palace with her daughter by way of paying a call, and took up her abode there. Now, one day, when the king was out and nobody else near, the bad woman took the queen by her head, and the daughter took her by her heels, and they dragged her from her bed and flung her out of the window into the stream which flowed beneath it. Then the stepmother laid her ugly daughter in the queen's place and covered her up with the clothes, so that nothing of her was seen. When the king came home and wished to speak to his wife, the woman called out, "Quietly, quietly, this will never do. Your wife is very ill. You must let her rest all today." The king suspected no evil, and didn't come again till next morning. When he spoke to his wife, and she answered him, instead of the usual piece of gold, a toad jumped out of her mouth. Then he asked what it meant, and the old woman told him it was nothing but weakness, and that she would soon be all right again. But that same evening, the scullion noticed a duck swimming up the gutter, saying as it passed, "What does the king, I pray you tell? Is he awake, or sleeps he well?" And receiving no reply, it continued, "And all my guests, are they asleep?" And the scullion answered, "Yes, one and all they slumber deep." Then the duck went on, "And what about my baby dear?" And he answered, "Oh, it sleeps soundly, never fear." Then the duck assumed the queen's shape, went up to the child's room, tucked him up comfortably in his cradle, and then swam back down the gutter again, in the likeness of a duck. This was repeated for 2 nights, and on the 3rd, the duck said to the scullion, "Go and tell the king to swing his sword 3 times over me on the threshold." The scullion did as the creature bade him, and the king came with his sword and swung it 3 times over the bird. And lo and behold, his wife stood before him once more, alive and as blooming as ever. The king rejoiced greatly, but he kept the queen in hiding till the Sunday on which the child was to be christened. After the christening, he said, "What punishment does that person deserve who drags another out of bed and throws him or her, as the case may be, into the water?" Then the wicked old stepmother answered, "No better fate than to be put into a barrel lined with sharp nails, and to be rolled in it down the hill into the water." "You have pronounced your own doom," said the king, and he ordered a barrel to be made lined with sharp nails, and in it he put the bad old woman and her daughter. Then it was fastened down securely, and the barrel was rolled down the hill till it fell into the river. Dapplegrim. There was once upon a time a couple of rich folks who had 12 sons, and when the youngest was grown up, he would not stay at home any longer, but would go out into the world and seek his fortune. His father and mother said that they thought he was very well off at home, and that he was welcome to stay with them. But he could not rest, and said that he must and would go. So at last they had to give him leave. When he had walked a long way, he came to a king's palace. There he asked for a place and got it. Now, the daughter of the king of that country had been carried off into the mountains by a troll, and the king had no other children. And for this cause, both he and all his people were full of sorrow and affliction. And the king had promised the princess and half his kingdom to anyone who could set her free. But there was no one who could do it, though a great number had tried. So when the youth had been there for the space of a year or so, he wanted to go home again to pay his parents a visit. But when he got there, his father and mother were dead, and his brothers had divided everything that their parents possessed between themselves, so that there was nothing at all left for him. Shall I, then, receive nothing at all of my inheritance? Asked the youth. Who could know that you were still alive, you who have been a wanderer so long? Answered the brothers. However, there are 12 mares upon the hills, which we have not yet divided among us. And if you would like to have them for your share, you may take them. So the youth, well pleased with this, thanked them, and at once set off to the hill where the 12 mares were at pasture. When he got up there and found them, each mare had her foal, and by the side of one of them was a big dapple gray foal as well, which was so sleek that it shone again. Well, my little foal, you are a fine fellow, said the youth. Yes, but if you will kill all the other little foals so that I can suck all the mares for a year, you shall see how big and handsome I shall be then, said the foal. So the youth did this. He killed all the 12 foals, and then went back again. Next year, when he came home again to look after his mares and the foal, it was as fat as it could be, and its coat shone with brightness, and it was so big that the lad had the greatest difficulty in getting on its back, and each of the mares had another foal. Well, it's very evident that I have lost nothing by letting you suck all my mares, said the lad to the yearling. But now you are quite big enough and must come away with me. No, said the colt, I must stay here another year, kill the 12 little foals, and then I can suck all the mares this year also, and you shall see how big and handsome I shall be by summer. So the youth did it again, and when he went up on the hill next year to look after his colt and the mares, each of the mares had her foal again. But the dappled colt was so big that when the lad wanted to feel its neck to see how fat it was, he could not reach up to it. It was so high, and it was so bright that the light glanced off its coat. Big and handsome you were last year, my colt, but this year you are ever so much handsomer, said the youth. In all the king's court, no such horse is to be found. But now you shall come away with me. No, said the dappled colt once more. Here I must stay for another year. Just kill the 12 little foals again, so that I can suck the mares this year also, and then come and look at me in the summer. So the youth did it. He killed all the little foals, and then went home again. But next year, when he returned to look after the dappled colt and the mares, he was quite appalled. He had never imagined that any horse could become so big and overgrown. For the dappled horse had to lie down on all fours before the youth could get on his back. And it was very hard to do that, even when it was lying down. And it was so plump that its coat shone and glistened, just as if it had been a looking-glass. This time, the dappled horse was not unwilling to go away with the youth, so he mounted it. And when he came riding home to his brothers, they all smote their hands together and crossed themselves, for never in their lives had they either seen or heard tell of such a horse as that. If you will procure me the best shoes for my horse, and the most magnificent saddle and bridle that can be found, said the youth, you may have all my 12 mares just as they are standing out on the hill, and their 12 foals into the bargain. For this year, also, each mare had her foal. The brothers were quite willing to do this, so the lad got such shoes for his horse that the sticks and stones flew high up into the air as he rode away over the hills. And such a gold saddle and such a gold bridle that they could be seen glittering and glancing from afar. And now we will go to the king's palace, said Dapplegrim. That was the horse's name. But bear in mind that you must ask the king for a good stable and excellent fodder for me. So the lad promised not to forget to do that. He rode to the palace, and it will be easily understood that with such a horse as he had, he was not long on the way. When he arrived there, the king was standing out on the steps, and how he did stare at the man who came riding up. Nay, said he, never in my whole life have I seen such a man and such a horse. Well, and when the youth inquired if he could have a place in the king's palace, the king was so delighted that he could have danced on the steps where he was standing. And there and then the lad was told that he should have a place. Yes, but I must have a good stable and most excellent fodder for my horse, said he. So they told him that he should have sweet hay and oats, and as much of them as the dappled horse chose to have. And all the other riders had to take their horses out of the stable that Dapplegrim might stand alone and really have plenty of room. But this did not last long, for the other people in the king's court became envious of the lad, and there was no bad thing that they would not have done to him if they had but dared. At last, they bethought themselves of telling the king that the youth had said that, if he chose, he was quite able to rescue the princess, who had been carried off into the mountain a long time ago by the troll. The king immediately summoned the lad into his presence and said that he had been informed that he had said that it was in his power to rescue the princess, so he was now to do it. If he succeeded in this, he no doubt knew that the king had promised his daughter and half the kingdom to anyone who set her free, which promise should be faithfully and honorably kept. But if he failed, he should be put to death. The youth denied that he had said this, but all to no purpose, for the king was deaf to all his words. So there was nothing to be done but say that he would make the attempt. He went down into the stable, and very sad and full of care he was. Then Dapplegrim inquired why he was so troubled, and the youth told him, and said that he did not know what to do. For as to setting the princess free, that was downright impossible. "Oh, but it might be done," said Dapplegrim. "I will help you. But you must first have me well shod. You must ask for 10 pounds of iron and 12 pounds of steel for the shoeing, and 1 smith to hammer and 1 to hold." So the youth did this, and no one said him nay. He got both the iron and the steel, and the smiths, and thus was Dapplegrim shod strongly and well. And when the youth went out of the king's palace, a cloud of dust rose up behind him. But when he came to the mountain into which the princess had been carried, the difficulty was to ascend the precipitous wall of rock by which he was to get on to the mountain beyond. For the rock stood right up on end, as steep as a house side, and as smooth as a sheet of glass. The first time the youth rode at it, he got a little way up the precipice, but then both Dapplegrim's 4 legs slipped, and down came horse and rider, with a sound like thunder among the mountains. The next time that he rode at it, he got a little farther up, but then one of Dapplegrim's 4 legs slipped, and down they went with the sound of a landslip. But the third time Dapplegrim said, "Now we must show what we can do," and went at it once more till the stones sprang up sky high, and thus they got up. Then the lad rode into the mountain, cleft at full gallop, and caught up the princess on his saddle bow, and then out again before the troll even had time to stand up. And thus the princess was set free. When the youth returned to the palace, the king was both happy and delighted to get his daughter back again, as may easily be believed. But somehow or other, the people about the court had so worked on him that he was angry with the lad too. "Thou shalt have my thanks for setting my princess free," he said, when the youth came into the palace with her, and was then about to go away. "She ought to be just as much my princess as she is yours now, for you are a man of your word," said the youth. "Yes, yes," said the king. "Have her thou shalt, as I have said it. But first of all, thou must make the sun shine into my palace here." For there was a large and high hill outside the windows, which overshadowed the palace so much that the sun could not shine in. "That was no part of our bargain," answered the youth. "But as nothing that I can say will move you, I suppose I shall have to try to do my best. For the princess I will have." So he went down to Dapplegrim again, and told him what the king desired. And Dapplegrim thought that it might easily be done. But first of all, he must have new shoes. and 10 pounds of iron, and 12 pounds of steel must go to the making of them. And 2 smiths were also necessary, one to hammer and one to hold, and then it would be very easy to make the sun shine into the king's palace. The lad asked for these things and obtained them instantly, for the king thought that for very shame he could not refuse to give them. And so Dapplegrim got new shoes, and they were good ones. The youth seated himself on him, and once more they went their way. And for each hop that Dapplegrim made, down went the hill 15 ells into the earth. And so they went on until there was no hill left for the king to see. When the youth came down again to the king's palace, he asked the king if the princess should not at last be his. For now no one could say that the sun was not shining into the palace. But the other people in the palace had again stirred up the king, and he answered that the youth should have her, and that he had never intended that he should not. But first of all, he must get her quite as good a horse to ride to the wedding on as that which he had himself. The youth said that the king had never told him he was to do that, and it seemed to him that he had now really earned the princess. But the king stuck to what he had said, and if the youth were unable to do it, he was to lose his life, the king said. The youth went down to the stable again, and very sad and sorrowful he was, as anyone may well imagine. Then he told Dapplegrim that the king had now required that he should get the princess as good a bridal horse as that which the bridegroom had, or he should lose his life. But that will be no easy thing to do, said he, for your equal is not to be found in all the world. Oh yes, there is one to match me, said Dapplegrim, but it will not be easy to get him, for he is underground. However, we will try. Now you must go up to the king and ask for new shoes for me. And for them, we must again have 10 pounds of iron, 12 pounds of steel, and 2 smiths, one to hammer and one to hold. But be very particular to see that the hooks are very sharp, and you must also ask for 12 barrels of rye, and 12 slaughtered oxen must we have with us, and all the 12 ox hides with 1,200 spikes set in each of them. All these things must we have. Likewise, a barrel of tar with 12 tons of tar in it. The youth went to the king and asked for all the things that Dapplegrim had named, and once more, as the king thought that it would be disgraceful to refuse them to him, he obtained them all. So he mounted Dapplegrim and rode away from the court. And when he had ridden for a long, long time over hills and moors, Dapplegrim asked, "Do you hear anything?" "Yes, there is such a dreadful whistling up above in the air that I think I am growing alarmed," said the youth. "That is all the wild birds in the forest flying about, "They are sent to stop us," said Dapplegrim. "But just cut a hole in the corn sacks, and then they will be so busy with the corn that they will forget us." The youth did it. He cut holes in the corn sacks so that barley and rye ran out on every side, and all the wild birds that were in the forest came in such numbers that they darkened the sun. But when they caught sight of the corn, they could not refrain from it, but flew down and began to scratch and pick at the corn and rye. And at last they began to fight among themselves, and forgot all about the youth and Dapplegrim, and did them no harm. And now the youth rode onwards for a long, long time, over hill and dale, over rocky places and morasses. And then Dapplegrim began to listen again, and asked the youth if he heard anything now. "Yes, now I hear such a dreadful crackling and crashing in the forest on every side that I think I shall be really afraid," said the youth. "That is all the wild beasts in the forest," said Dapplegrim. "They are sent out to stop us. But just throw out the 12 carcasses of the oxen, and they will be so much occupied with them that they will quite forget us." So the youth threw out the carcasses of the oxen, and then all the wild beasts in the forest, both bears and wolves and lions and grim beasts of all kinds, came. But when they caught sight of the carcasses of the oxen, they began to fight for them till the blood flowed, and they entirely forgot Dapplegrim and the youth. So the youth rode onwards again, and many were the new scenes they saw, for traveling on Dapplegrim's back was not traveling slowly, as may be imagined. And then Dapplegrim neighed. "Do you hear anything?" he said. "Yes, I heard something like a full neighing quite plainly, a long, long way off," answered the youth. "That's a full-grown colt," said Dapplegrim. "If you hear it so plainly when it is so far away from us." So they traveled onwards a long time, and saw one new scene after another once more. Then Dapplegrim neighed again. "Do you hear anything now?" said he. "Yes, now I heard it quite distinctly, and it neighed like a full-grown horse," answered the youth. "Yes, and you will hear it again very soon," said Dapplegrim. "And then you will hear what a voice it has." So they traveled on through many more different kinds of country, and then Dapplegrim neighed for the third time. But before he could ask the youth if he heard anything, there was such a neighing on the other side of the heath that the youth thought that hills and rocks would be rent in pieces. "Now he is here," said Dapplegrim. "Be quick, and fling over me the ox hides that have the spikes in them. Throw the 12 tons of tar over the field, and climb up into that great spruce fir tree. When he comes, fire will spurt out of both his nostrils, and then the tar will catch fire. Now mark what I say. If the flame ascends, I conquer, and if it sinks, I fail. But if you see that I am winning, fling the bridle, which you must take off me, over his head, and then he will become quite gentle. Just as the youth had flung all the hides with the spikes over Dapplegrim and the tar over the field, and had got safely up into the spruce fir, a horse came with flame spouting from his nostrils, and the tar caught fire in a moment. And Dapplegrim and the horse began to fight until the stones leapt up to the sky. They bit and they fought with their fore legs and their hind legs. And sometimes the youth looked at them, and sometimes he looked at the tar. But at last the flames began to rise, for wheresoever the strange horse bit, or wheresoever he kicked, he hit upon the spikes in the hides, and at length he had to yield. When the youth saw that, he was not long in getting down from the tree and flinging the bridle over the horse's head. And then he became so tame that he might have been led by a thin string. This horse was dappled too, and so like Dapplegrim that no one could distinguish the one from the other. The youth seated himself on the dappled horse which he had captured, and rode home again to the king's palace, and Dapplegrim ran loose by his side. When he got there, the king was standing outside in the courtyard. "Can you tell me which is the horse I have caught, and which is the one I had before?" said the youth. "If you can't, I think your daughter is mine." The king went and looked at both the dappled horses. He looked high and he looked low. He looked before and he looked behind. But there was not a hair's difference between the two. "No," said the king, "that I cannot tell thee, and as thou hast procured such a splendid bridal horse for my daughter, thou shalt have her. But first, we must have one more trial, just to see if thou art fated to have her. She shall hide herself twice, and then thou shalt hide thyself twice. If thou canst find her each time that she hides herself, and if she cannot find thee in thy hiding places, then it is fated, and thou shalt have the princess." "That, too, was not in our bargain," said the youth. "But we will make this trial, since it must be so." So the king's daughter was to hide herself first. Then she changed herself into a duck and lay swimming in a lake that was just outside the palace. But the youth went down into the stable and asked Dapplegrim what she had done with herself. "Oh, all that you have to do is to take your gun and go down to the water and aim at the duck which is swimming about there, and she will soon discover herself," said Dapplegrim. The youth snatched up his gun and ran to the lake. "I will just have a shot at that duck," said he, and began to aim at it. "Oh, no, dear friend, don't shoot. It is I," said the princess. So he had found her once. The second time, the princess changed herself into a loaf and laid herself on the table among 4 other loaves. And she was so like the other loaves that no one could see any difference between them. But the youth again went down to the stable to Dapplegrim and told him that the princess had hidden herself again, and that he had not the least idea what had become of her. "Oh, just take a very large bread knife, sharpen it, and pretend that you are going to cut straight through the 3rd of the 4 loaves which are lying on the kitchen table in the king's palace. Count them from right to left, and you will soon find her," said Dapplegrim. So the youth went up to the kitchen and began to sharpen the largest bread knife that he could find. Then he caught hold of the 3rd loaf on the left-hand side and put the knife to it, as if he meant to cut it straight in 2. "I will have a bit of this bread for myself," said he. "No, dear friend, don't cut. It is I," said the princess again. So he had found her the second time. And now it was his turn to go and hide himself. But Dapplegrim had given him such good instructions that it was not easy to find him. First, he turned himself into a horsefly and hid himself in Dapplegrim's left nostril. The princess went poking about and searching everywhere, high and low, and wanted to go into Dapplegrim's stall too. But he began to bite and kick about, so that she was afraid to go there and could not find the youth. "Well," said she, "as I am unable to find you, you must show yourself." Whereupon the youth immediately appeared, standing there on the stable floor. Dapplegrim told him what he was to do the second time, and he turned himself into a lump of earth and stuck himself between the hoof and the shoe on Dapplegrim's left forefoot. Once more, the king's daughter went and sought everywhere, inside and outside, until at last she came into the stable and wanted to go into the stall beside Dapplegrim. So this time he allowed her to go into it, and she peered about high and low, but she could not look under his hoofs, for he stood much too firmly on his legs for that, and she could not find the youth. "Well, you will just have to show where you are yourself, for I can't find you," said the princess. And in an instant, the youth was standing by her side on the floor of the stable. "Now you are mine," said he to the princess. "Now you can see that it is fated that she should be mine," he said to the king. "Yes, fated it is," said the king. "So what must be, must." Then everything was made ready for the wedding, with great splendor and promptitude, and the youth rode to church on Dapplegrim, and the king's daughter on the other horse, so everyone must see that they could not be long on their way thither. The Enchanted Canary. Once upon a time, in the reign of King Cambrinus, there lived at Avesnes one of his lords, who was the finest man, by which I mean the fattest, in the whole country of Flanders. He ate 4 meals a day, slept 12 hours out of the 24, and the only thing he ever did was to shoot at small birds with his bow and arrow. Still, with all his practice, he shot very badly. He was so fat and heavy, and as he grew daily fatter, he was at last obliged to give up walking and be dragged about in a wheelchair. And the people made fun of him and gave him the name of my Lord Tubby. Now, the only trouble that Lord Tubby had was about his son, whom he loved very much, although they were not in the least alike, for the young prince was as thin as a cuckoo, and what vexed him more than all was that though the young ladies throughout all his lands did their best to make the prince fall in love with them, he would have nothing to say to any of them, and told his father he did not wish to marry. Instead of chatting with them in the dusk, he wandered about the woods, whispering to the moon. No wonder the young ladies thought him very odd, but they liked him all the better for that. And as he had received at his birth the name of Désiré, they all called him D'amour Désiré. "What is the matter with you?" his father often said to him. "You have everything you can possibly wish for: a good bed, good food, and tuns full of beer. The only thing you want, in order to become as fat as a pig, is a wife that can bring you broad, rich lands. So marry, and you will be perfectly happy." "I ask nothing better than to marry," replied Désiré, "but I have never seen a woman that pleases me. All the girls here are pink and white, and I am tired to death of their eternal lily and roses." "My faith!" cried Tubby. "Do you want to marry a negress and give me grandchildren as ugly as monkeys and as stupid as owls?" "No, father, nothing of the sort. But there must be women somewhere in the world who are neither pink nor white, and I tell you once for all that I will never marry until I have found one exactly to my taste." Some time afterwards, it happened that the prior of the Abbey of Saint-Amand sent to the Lord of Avesnes a basket of oranges, with a beautifully written letter saying that these golden fruit, then unknown in Flanders, came straight from a land where the sun always shone. That evening, Tubby and his son ate the golden apples at supper and thought them delicious. Next morning, as the day dawned, Désiré went down to the stable and saddled his pretty white horse. Then he went all dressed for a journey, to the bedside of Tubby, and found him smoking his first pipe. "Father," he said gravely, "I have come to bid you farewell. Last night, I dreamed that I was walking in a wood where the trees were covered with golden apples. I gathered one of them, and when I opened it, there came out a lovely princess with a golden skin. That is the wife I want, and I am going to look for her." The Lord of Avesnes was so much astonished that he let his pipe fall to the ground. Then he became so diverted at the notion of his son marrying a yellow woman, and a woman shut up inside an orange, that he burst into fits of laughter. Désiré waited to bid him goodbye until he was quiet again. But as his father went on laughing and showed no signs of stopping, the young man took his hand, kissed it tenderly, opened the door, and in the twinkling of an eye was at the bottom of the staircase. He jumped lightly on his horse and was a mile from home before Tubby had ceased laughing. A yellow wife! He must be mad. Fit for a straight waistcoat, cried the good man when he was able to speak. Here, quick, bring him back to me. The servants mounted their horses and rode after the prince. But as they did not know which road he had taken, they went all ways except the right one, and instead of bringing him back, they returned themselves when it grew dark, with their horses worn out and covered with dust. When Désiré thought they could no longer catch him, he pulled his horse into a walk, like a prudent man who knows he has far to go. He traveled in this way for many weeks, passing by villages, towns, mountains, valleys, and plains, but always pushing south, where every day the sun seemed hotter and more brilliant. At last, one day at sunset, Désiré felt the sun so warm that he thought he must now be near the place of his dream. He was at that moment close to the corner of a wood where stood a little hut, before the door of which his horse stopped of his own accord. An old man with a white beard was sitting on the doorstep, enjoying the fresh air. The prince got down from his horse and asked leave to rest. "Come in, my young friend," said the old man. "My house is not large, but it is big enough to hold a stranger." The traveler entered, and his host put before him a simple meal. When his hunger was satisfied, the old man said to him, "If I do not mistake, you come from far. May I ask where you are going?" "I will tell you," answered Désiré, "though most likely you will laugh at me. I dreamed that in the land of the sun there was a wood full of orange trees, and that in one of the oranges I should find a beautiful princess who is to be my wife. It is she I am seeking." "Why should I laugh?" asked the old man. "Madness in youth is true wisdom. Go, young man, follow your dream. And if you do not find the happiness that you seek, at any rate, you will have had the happiness of seeking it. The next day, the prince arose early and took leave of his host. The wood that you saw in your dream is not far from here, said the old man. It is in the depth of the forest, and this road will lead you there. You will come to a vast park surrounded by high walls. In the middle of the park is a castle where dwells a horrible witch who allows no living being to enter the doors. Behind the castle is the orange grove. Follow the wall till you come to a heavy iron gate. Don't try to press it open, but oil the hinges with this. And the old man gave him a small bottle. The gate will open of itself, he continued. And a huge daitso, which guards the castle, will come to you with his mouth wide open. But just throw him this oatcake. Next, you will see a baking woman leaning over her heated oven. Give her this brush. Lastly, you will find a well on your left. Do not forget to take the cord of the bucket and spread it in the sun. When you have done this, do not enter the castle, but go round it and enter the orange grove. Then gather 3 oranges and get back to the gate as fast as you can. Once out of the gate, leave the forest by the opposite side. Now, attend to this. Whatever happens, do not open your oranges till you reach the bank of a river or a fountain. Out of each orange will come a princess, and you can choose which you like for your wife. Your choice once made, be very careful never to leave your bride for an instant. And remember that the danger which is most to be feared is never the danger we are most afraid of. Désiré thanked his host warmly and took the road he pointed out. In less than an hour, he arrived at the wall, which was very high indeed. He sprang to the ground, fastened his horse to a tree, and soon found the iron gate. Then he took out his bottle and oiled the hinges, when the gate opened of itself, and he saw an old castle standing inside. The prince entered boldly into the courtyard. Suddenly, he heard fierce howls, and a dog, as tall as a donkey, with eyes like billiard balls, came towards him, showing his teeth, which were like the prongs of a fork. Désiré flung him the oat cake, which the great dog instantly snapped up, and the young prince passed quietly on. A few yards further, he saw a huge oven with a wide, red-hot, gaping mouth. A woman as tall as a giant was leaning over the oven. Désiré gave her the brush, which she took in silence. Then he went on to the well, drew up the cord, which was half rotten, and stretched it out in the sun. Lastly, he went round the castle, and plunged into the orange grove. There, he gathered the 3 most beautiful oranges he could find and turned to go back to the gate. But just at this moment, the sun was darkened. The earth trembled, and Desiree heard a voice crying, "Baker, Baker, take him by his feet and throw him into the oven." "No," replied the baker. "A long time has passed since I first began to scour this oven with my own flesh. You never cared to give me a brush, but he has given me one, and he shall go in peace." "Rope, oh rope," cried the voice again. "Twine yourself round his neck and strangle him." "No," replied the rope. "You have left me for many years past to fall to pieces with the damp. He has stretched me out in the sun. Let him go in peace." "Dog, my good dog," cried the voice, more and more angry. "Jump at his throat and eat him up." "No," replied the dog. "Though I have served you long, you never gave me any bread. He has given me as much as I want. Let him go in peace." "Iron gate, iron gate," cried the voice, growling like thunder. "Fall on him and grind him to powder." "So?" "No," replied the gate. "It is 100 years since you left me to rust, and he has oiled me. Let him go in peace." Once outside, the young adventurer put his oranges into a bag that hung from his saddle, mounted his horse, and rode quickly out of the forest. Now, as he was longing to see the princesses, he was very anxious to come to a river or a fountain. But though he rode for hours, a river or fountain was nowhere to be seen. Still, his heart was light, for he felt that he had got through the most difficult part of his task, and the rest was easy. About midday, he reached a sandy plain, scorching in the sun. Here he was seized with dreadful thirst. He took his gourd and raised it to his lips. But the gourd was empty. In the excitement of his joy, he had forgotten to fill it. He rode on, struggling with his sufferings, but at last he could bear it no longer. He let himself slide to the earth and lay down beside his horse, his throat burning, his chest heaving, and his head going round. Already he felt that death was near him when his eyes fell on the bag where the oranges peeped out. Poor Desiree, who had braved so many dangers to win the lady of his dreams, would have given at this moment all the princesses in the world, were they pink or golden, for a single drop of water. "Ah," he said to himself, "if only these oranges were real fruit, fruit as refreshing as what I ate in Flanders. And after all, who knows?" This idea put some life into him. He had the strength to lift himself up and put his hand into his bag. He drew out an orange and opened it with his knife. Out of it flew the prettiest little female canary that ever was seen. "Give me something to drink. I am dying of thirst," said the golden bird. "Wait a minute," replied Désiré, so much astonished that he forgot his own sufferings. And to satisfy the bird, he took a second orange and opened it without thinking what he was doing. Out of it flew another canary, and she too began to cry. "I am dying of thirst. Give me something to drink." Then Tubby's son saw his folly, and while the two canaries flew away, he sank on the ground, where, exhausted by his last effort, he lay unconscious. When he came to himself, he had a pleasant feeling of freshness all about him. It was night. The sky was sparkling with stars, and the earth was covered with a heavy dew. The traveler, having recovered, mounted his horse, and at the first streak of dawn, he saw a stream dancing in front of him, and stooped down and drank his fill. He hardly had courage to open his last orange. Then he remembered that the night before he had disobeyed the orders of the old man. Perhaps his terrible thirst was a trick of the cunning witch. And suppose, even though he opened the orange on the banks of the stream, that he did not find in it the princess that he sought? He took his knife and cut it open. Alas! Out of it flew a little canary, just like the others, who cried, "I am thirsty. Give me something to drink." Great was the disappointment of Désiré. However, he was determined not to let this bird fly away. So he took up some water in the palm of his hand and held it to its beak. Scarcely had the canary drunk when she became a beautiful girl, tall and straight as a poplar tree, with black eyes and a golden skin. Désiré had never seen anyone half so lovely, and he stood gazing at her in delight. On her side, she seemed quite bewildered, but she looked about her with happy eyes and was not at all afraid of her deliverer. He asked her name. She answered that she was called the Princess Zizi. She was about 16 years old, and for 10 years of that time, the witch had kept her shut up in an orange in the shape of a canary. "Well then, my charming Zizi," said the young prince, who was longing to marry her, "let us ride away quickly, so as to escape from the wicked witch." But Zizi wished to know where he meant to take her. "To my father's castle," he said. He mounted his horse and took her in front of him, and holding her carefully in his arms, they began their journey. Everything the princess saw was new to her, and in passing through mountains, valleys, and towns, she asked 1,000 questions. Désiré was charmed to answer them. It is so delightful to teach those one loves. Once she inquired what the girls in his country were like. They are pink and white, he replied, and their eyes are blue. Do you like blue eyes? Said the princess. But Désirée thought it was a good opportunity to find out what was in her heart. So he did not answer. And no doubt, went on the princess, one of them is your intended bride? Still, he was silent. And Zizi drew herself up proudly. No, he said at last. None of the girls of my own country are beautiful in my eyes. And that is why I came to look for a wife in the land of the sun. Was I wrong, my lovely Zizi? This time, it was Zizi's turn to be silent. Talking in this way, they drew near to the castle. When they were about 4 stone throws from the gates, they dismounted in the forest by the edge of a fountain. My dear Zizi, said Tubby's son, we cannot present ourselves before my father like 2 common people who have come back from a walk. We must enter the castle with more ceremony. Wait for me here, and in an hour I will return with carriages and horses fit for a princess. Don't be long, replied Zizi, and she watched him go with wistful eyes. When she was left by herself, the poor girl began to feel afraid. She was alone for the first time in her life, and in the middle of a thick forest. Suddenly, she heard a noise among the trees. Fearing lest it should be a wolf, she hid herself in the hollow trunk of a willow tree which hung over the fountain. It was big enough to hold her all together. But she peeped out, and her pretty head was reflected in the clear water. Then there appeared not a wolf, but a creature quite as wicked and quite as ugly. Let us see who this creature was. Not far from the fountain, there lived a family of bricklayers. Now, 15 years before this time, the father, in walking through the forest, found a little girl who had been deserted by the gypsies. He carried her home to his wife, and the good woman was sorry for her, and brought her up with her own sons. As she grew older, the little gypsy became much more remarkable for strength and cunning than for sense or beauty. She had a low forehead, a flat nose, thick lips, coarse hair, and a skin not golden like that of Zizi, but the color of clay. As she was always being teased about her complexion, she got as noisy and cross as a titmouse, so they used to call her Titty. Titty was often sent by the bricklayer to fetch water from the fountain, and as she was very proud and lazy, the gypsy disliked this very much. It was she who had frightened Zizi by appearing with her pitcher on her shoulder. Just as she was stooping to fill it, she saw, reflected in the water, the lovely image of the princess. "What a pretty face," she exclaimed. "Why, it must be mine. How in the world can they call me ugly? I am certainly much too pretty to be their water carrier." So saying, she broke her pitcher and went home. "Where is your pitcher?" asked the bricklayer. "Well, what do you expect? The pitcher may go many times to the well, but at last it is broken. Well, here is a bucket that will not break." The gypsy returned to the fountain, and addressing once more the image of Zizi, she said, "No, I don't mean to be a beast of burden any longer." And she flung the bucket so high in the air that it stuck in the branches of an oak. "I met a wolf," she told the bricklayer, "and I broke the bucket across his nose." The bricklayer asked her no more questions, but took down a broom and gave her such a beating that her pride was humbled a little. Then he handed to her an old copper milk can and said, "If you don't bring it back full, your bones shall suffer for it." Titty went off, rubbing her sides, but this time she did not dare to disobey, and in a very bad temper stooped down over the well. It was not at all easy to fill the milk can, which was large and round. It would not go down into the well, and the gypsy had to try again and again. At last, her arms grew so tired that when she did manage to get the can properly under the water, she had no strength to pull it up, and it rolled to the bottom. On seeing the can disappear, she made such a miserable face that Zizi, who had been watching her all this time, burst into fits of laughter. Titty turned round and perceived the mistake she had made, and she felt so angry that she made up her mind to be revenged at once. "What are you doing there, you lovely creature?" she said to Zizi. "I am waiting for my lover," Zizi replied. And then, with a simplicity quite natural in a girl who so lately had been a canary, she told all her story. The gypsy had often seen the young prince pass by with his gun on his shoulder when he was going after crows. She was too ugly and ragged for him ever to have noticed her, but Titty on her side had admired him, though she thought he might well have been a little fatter. "Dear, dear," she said to herself, "so he likes yellow women. Why, I am yellow too, and if I could only think of a way." It was not long before she did think of it. "What?" cried the sly Titty. "They are coming with great pomp to fetch you, and you are not afraid to show yourself to so many fine lords and ladies with your hair down like that? Get down at once, my poor child, and let me dress your hair for you." The innocent Zizi came down at once and stood by Titty. The gypsy began to comb her long brown locks, when suddenly she drew a pin from her stays and just as the titmouse digs its beak into the heads of linnets and larks, Titty dug the pin into the head of Zizi. No sooner did Zizi feel the prick of the pin than she became a bird again, and spreading her wings, she flew away. "That was neatly done," said the gypsy. "The prince will be clever if he finds his bride." And arranging her dress, she seated herself on the grass to await Désirée. Meanwhile, the prince was coming as fast as his horse could carry him. He was so impatient that he was always full 50 yards in front of the lords and ladies sent by Tubby to bring back Zizi. At the sight of the hideous gypsy, he was struck dumb with surprise and horror. "Ah me," said Titty, "so you don't know your poor Zizi? While you were away, the wicked witch came and turned me into this. But if you only have the courage to marry me, I shall get back my beauty." And she began to cry bitterly. Now the good-natured Désirée was as soft-hearted as he was brave. "Poor girl," he thought to himself. "It is not her fault, after all, that she has grown so ugly. It is mine. Oh, why did I not follow the old man's advice? Why did I leave her alone? And besides, it depends on me to break the spell, and I love her too much to let her remain like this." So he presented the gypsy to the lords and ladies of the court, explaining to them the terrible misfortune which had befallen his beautiful bride. They all pretended to believe it, and the ladies at once put on the false princess the rich dresses they had brought for Zizi. She was then perched on the top of a magnificent ambling palfrey, and they set forth to the castle. But unluckily, the rich dress and jewels only made Titty look uglier still, and Désirée could not help feeling hot and uncomfortable when he made his entry with her into the city. Bells were pealing, chimes ringing, and the people filling the streets and standing at their doors to watch the procession go by. And they could hardly believe their eyes as they saw what a strange bride their prince had chosen. In order to do her more honor, Tubby came to meet her at the foot of the great marble staircase. At the sight of the hideous creature, he almost fell backwards. "What?" he cried. "Is this the wonderful beauty?" "Yes, father, it is she," replied Désirée with a sheepish look. "But she has been bewitched by a wicked sorceress, and will not regain her beauty until she is my wife." "Does she say so? Well, if you believe that, you may drink cold water and think it bacon," the unhappy Tubby answered crossly. But all the same, as he adored his son, he gave the gypsy his hand and led her to the great hall, where the bridal feast was spread. The feast was excellent, but Désirée hardly touched anything. However, to make up, the other guests ate greedily. And, as for Tubby, nothing ever took away his appetite. When the moment arrived to serve the roast goose, there was a pause, and Tubby took the opportunity to lay down his knife and fork for a little. But as the goose gave no sign of appearing, he sent his head carver to find out what was the matter in the kitchen. Now this was what had happened. While the goose was turning on the spit, a beautiful little canary hopped on to the sill of the open window. "Good morning, my fine cook," she said in a silvery voice to the man who was watching the roast. "Good morning, lovely golden bird," replied the chief of the scullions, who had been well brought up. "I pray that heaven may send you to sleep," said the golden bird, "and that the goose may burn, so that there may be none left for Titty." And instantly the chief of the scullions fell fast asleep, and the goose was burnt to a cinder. When he awoke, he was horrified, and gave orders to pluck another goose, to stuff it with chestnuts, and put it on the spit. While it was browning at the fire, Tubby inquired for his goose a second time. The master cook himself mounted to the hall to make his excuses, and to beg his lord to have a little patience. Tubby showed his patience by abusing his son. As if it wasn't enough, he grumbled between his teeth, that the boy should pick up a hag without a penny, but the goose must go and burn now. It isn't a wife he has brought me, it is famine herself. While the master cook was upstairs, the golden bird came again to perch on the windowsill, and called in his clear voice to the head scullion, who was watching the spit. "Good morning, my fine scullion." "Good morning, lovely golden bird," replied the scullion, whom the master cook had forgotten in his excitement to warn. "I pray heaven," went on the canary, "that it will send you to sleep, and that the goose may burn, so that there may be none left for Titty." And the scullion fell fast asleep, and when the master cook came back, he found the goose as black as the chimney. In a fury, he woke the scullion, who, in order to save himself from blame, told the whole story. "That accursed bird," said the cook. "It will end by getting me sent away. Come, some of you, and hide yourselves, and if it comes again, catch it and wring its neck." He spitted a third goose, lit a huge fire, and seated himself by it. The bird appeared a third time and said, "Good morning, my fine cook." "Good morning, lovely golden bird," replied the cook, as if nothing had happened. And at the moment that the canary was beginning, "I pray heaven that it may send," a scullion who was hidden outside rushed out and shut the shutters. The bird flew into the kitchen. Then all the cooks and scullions sprang after it, knocking at it with their aprons. At length, one of them caught it, just at the very moment that Tubby entered the kitchen, waving his scepter. He had come to see for himself why the goose had never made its appearance. The scullion stopped at once, just as he was about to wring the canary's neck. "Will someone be kind enough to tell me the meaning of all this?" cried the Lord of Avesnes. "Your Excellency, it is the bird," replied the scullion, and he placed it in his hand. "Nonsense! What a lovely bird," said Tubby, and in stroking its head, he touched a pin that was sticking between its feathers. He pulled it out, and lo! The canary at once became a beautiful girl with a golden skin who jumped lightly to the ground. "Gracious, what a pretty girl," said Tubby. "Father, it is she! It is Zizi!" exclaimed Désirée, who entered at this moment. And he took her in his arms, crying, "My darling Zizi, how happy I am to see you once more." "Well, and the other one?" asked Tubby. The other one was stealing quietly to the door. "Stop her," called Tubby. "We will judge her cause at once." And he seated himself solemnly on the oven and condemned Titty to be burned alive, after which the lords and cooks formed themselves in lines, and Tubby betrothed Désirée to Zizi. The marriage took place a few days later. All the boys in the countryside were there, armed with wooden swords and decorated with epaulets made of gilt paper. Zizi obtained Titty's pardon, and she was sent back to the brick fields, followed and hooted at by all the boys. And this is why today the country boys always throw stones at a titmouse. On the evening of the wedding day, all the larders, cellars, cupboards, and tables of the people, whether rich or poor, were loaded as if by enchantment with bread, wine, beer, cakes and tarts, roast larks, and even geese, so that Tubby could not complain any more that his son had married famine. Since that time, there has always been plenty to eat in that country, and since that time, too, you see in the midst of the fair-haired, blue-eyed women of Flanders a few beautiful girls, whose eyes are black and whose skins are the color of gold. They are the descendants of Zizi.